Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Hi, guys. Welcome over here to this stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you've come over from the Verdict Watch, welcome. Hey, P. Lola, number one. I love leaving DNA everywhere. All by myself. Is this the Sarah Boone version of hide and seek? Oh no, right? Hey, Miss King. Hello, family. Hello, crime family. Whistle while you work. The farmer in the dell. The farmer in the dell. Hi ho, the Mario. The farmer in the dell. P. Lola's losing her mind. Hi, India. P. Lola says, I made snacks. Come on in. Don't mind the mess. I was making popcorn. Hey, Sherry. Am I supposed to be here tomorrow? I feel like I followed a link into the future. Goodness. Snarky, right? I love snarky. We're all going for a ride. Hands and feel inside the vehicle. No jumping out the windows. Oh no. Steph says, not gonna lie, I'm feeling off as heck because I forgot to take my nighttime meds. 2 nights in a row, ma'am. Dizzy from going from one to the other. I know. I keep y'all hopping. I lost my mind. We're heading to a booby squish machine. Oh no. Not the booby squish machine. Eesh. Hey, Nicole. Hi. I call the booby squish machine my washing machine because literally I'm so short that I give myself a mammogram every time I do laundry. I'm not gonna lie. Steph, drink lots of water, and maybe you should take your nighttime med. I mean, is it something that you take to make you go to sleep, or is it something that you just take at nighttime, because but not necessarily to help you sleep? I don't know. Hi, Donnie. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. So this new trial, we're currently P. Lola. Oh my gosh. Trash that loofah. Buy a scrub daddy. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. That's sweet. Here, let me give you a little sparkle. And I promise I'm going to get rid of those loofahs. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. Very kind. Very generous. And yes, I will get rid of the loofah. Steph says, I took it last night, but I think I need to take it again tonight to feel better. Definitely don't want to be on Klonopin at work. No. Not good. No. Okay, so this new trial, I just found it today. It just popped up, and I'm like, you know what? We're sitting over here this is like the third day of waiting. Michelle, where have you been? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Michelle. Now I feel bad for asking where you've been. I seriously have missed you, though. I was asking QB the other day. I said, have you seen her? I haven't seen her in a month of Sundays. She says, hey, guys, my epilepsy reared its head, so I have been MIA. I'm so sorry. Are you feeling better? Makes me sad. I'll be here, but lurking and working. Okay, no worries. I'm just glad that you're here. We have missed you. I literally have asked QB, I know at least once, if I was like, wonder where Michelle's been. P. Lola said, thinking of you, love. Still scatterbrained. Okay. I'm good. Just takes a bit to get over it. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're here. We missed you. But I'm glad you're here. Yeah, Chaloon hasn't been here either. I don't know. I think, Chaloon is one of those smart cookies. She knows when enough is enough, and Chaloon is really good at safeguarding her mental health. I'll say that. She's really good at that, and I love her for that. But I do miss Chaloon. I saw a really awesome picture of Chaloon on Instagram, and love her. Her dreads are everything. I'm not even going to lie. I didn't even know she had them until QB mentioned it a couple weeks ago. And oh my God, they're the best things I've ever seen. And her dog. And her little dog, too. So, like I said, this is like the third day, I think. It feels like forever in the Melody Walker Ferris trial, and we still do not have a verdict. So while we were doing verdict watch this morning, I stumbled upon this new trial that just started today in Iowa. And we just kind of off the cuff decided it was time for a new trial. So we are going to start it. I want to see I used to have dreads, said Michelle. Ah, they're great. They're great. Excellent. Excellent. All right, so I've got the screen shared. We're going to start this. You guys know as much as I know. I know nothing about this other than what I read in the description. So apparently he sort of kidnaps her, and then I think him and possibly someone else, a friend of his or something, kill her, and then he dumps her body in a lake. So let's get this. Let's hit the start button. See what happens. There's your goo. There's your dude right there. There's your dude that's on trial. I have the volume all the way up. Attorney is getting in her makeup bag. Oh, that says evidence. Why does that say evidence? Why does she have an evidence bag sitting there and she's just flipping through I don't know what's going on right there. What's happening? Why did that bag say evidence on it? And she's just... Oh, she got index cards. Okay, I see. What would Shannon do again 2.0? No. Mm-mm. We're not going to have that. No. Mm. Now you just gave everybody your passcode on your phone, woman. Yeah. Sorry, I still have this random cough. So does the kiddo, like I said. Random cough. Random. When I cough, it's like it pushes pressure up into my ears and makes my ears plug up and hurt, and it's just a whole thing. So, yeah, if I start having a random coughing attack, if I just jump out randomly in the middle of a sentence, you'll know why. I'm keeping my eye on the Ferris trial in case the verdict watching case they come back. Jurors were supposed to have been there at 9 o'clock this morning, so they've been there for a couple hours. I'm going to fast forward this. Watch him look at the camera. Don't look at the camera. Don't look at Margaret. Watch him look. Oof. He's looking at you, Margaret. Okay. Bum, 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 ba-dum. All right. I'm just kind of skipping through. I don't like the fact that the camera literally can see her whole. Lord have mercy. Is it just me, or is this dude got fingernails a mile long? Did you see that? Look at that dude's fingernails right there. Oh my gosh. Look at his fingernails. Can you see that? Right there. What? No. Mm-mm. Cut those. Dude, your nails are longer than mine are. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. They not give you nail clippers in jail? I'd bite them off. Unless he's growing them out intentionally. I don't know. Maybe he is. Okay, we're just watching these random people walk around the courthouse. I'm wanting to get to... Okay, now we get through... Okay, now there's the judge. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Hi. Oh, wait. Nicole says, hey, did you hear the new Wade phone call that surfaced to his mom says he's getting out? Clearly, he wasn't listening to his sentencing. That man's crazy. He's lost his whole brain. He ain't getting out of nothing. Okay. On the nails, I'm just saying, if he is growing them out intentionally, okay, whatever. But if he's not, if he's just letting them grow because they won't let him cut his nails, bite them off, sir. P. Lola says, okay, we're driving now. I'm listening. I will need visuals since I can't drive and see the screen. Well, he's got really long nails, P. Lola. Let me just tell you that. The judge just came in and entered and sat down at the bench. He's got lots of female assistants. Oh, spins. Now I want a cappuccino. That sounds so good. I have about this much coffee. I'm going to have a refill soon. Cappuccino sounds good, though. What flavor cappuccino? Just plain cappuccino, or do you have like a fancy cappuccino flavor? It'll make worms grow in his tummy. Well, you don't have to swallow them. Chew your nails and spit them out. Ew. I've been a nail biter all my life. I never had worms growing in my tummy.
All right, so we're here in FECR 153477, State of Iowa versus McKinley Louisma. The state is present by Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks, First Assistant Monica Slaughter. Defendant is present with Attorney Jill Eimerman. Matthew Moore is not present, but I understand is coming. Ms. Eimerman, you indicated before we went on the record that the motion that we were here to argue is a motion that you had filed and that you were arguing. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And are you prepared to go forward in Mr. Moore's absence today?
I am.
All right. And so the motion that we're going to hear
saying that there's a motion. I don't know if they're doing this before they, like, are they doing like opening statements today or no? I'm confused.
is this not working?
The donut shop pumpkin caramel cheesecake latte. That sounds phenomenal.
All right, great. All right, so the motion that we're here
Mocha
for
macchiato.
is the defense's objection to amendment to minutes of testimony and motion to exclude that was filed November 1st. I've reviewed that. We've also received the defense's facts in support of objection to amendment filed on November 3rd. And I've received the state's resistance to defendant's motion to exclude filed this morning, November 4th. My understanding is that this motion concerns the state's proposed exhibits 10M-1 through 10M-4, which are text messages received through the Text Now service. Is that correct, Ms. Eimerman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the associated testimony that would be offered by Special Agent Ryan Kedley and Megan Hoffman. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, would you like to be heard on the motion?
Your Honor, I filed both the motion and I filed my additional support, and I would stand on that.
All right. Before I let the state respond, one thing I wanted to highlight and let each side be aware of and respond to is it appears to me that both sides are citing to the rules of criminal procedure that predate our current rules. And there are differences on this particular issue between those two rules. So the current rules were effective July 1st, 2023. Applied to criminal cases already pending on that date. This case was filed in 2024. And I think importantly, under the new rules, the indictment and information was separated from the minutes. I don't know that it substantively matters, but that language about bringing a wholly new charge is no longer part of the rule as it pertains to minutes under the new rules. And so I just would like the defense and then the state to have an opportunity to comment on that if you believe that I'm incorrect or that you think that it's not a meaningful difference. But as I look at the rules, the rule of relevance is Rule 2.19 sub 2. And the amendment rule is Rule 2.4 sub 7B.
Thank you, Judge. Would the court allow me to remain seated?
You please do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the distinction that the court is making and noticed that when I was looking at some of the cases. I do believe that there is very much a distinction. However, in this case, I think it's moot in that I think both apply. When you look at the trial information, the actual charging document, it refers to kidnapping, I think, in basically the definition and then kind of the elements. It doesn't specifically delineate which of the theories it is alleging. However, the language of the trial information does set forth which of the theories of kidnapping. So I believe that this amendment is in fact an amendment to the trial information and the charging document in that it adds an additional theory that was not otherwise pled. I also believe that there is an issue with the minutes of testimony because the minutes of testimony do add additional and new facts to the case. So again, yes, I agree with the court that there is a distinction. However, in this case, I believe what the state is seeking essentially violates both.
At this point, the state is not asked to amend the trial information to seek a different theory, but factually, these minutes do that.
Correct.
And my main point, though, was just to indicate that I think the operative rule with regard to minutes is Rule 2.19 sub 2, and so I wanted to give an opportunity to indicate whether you agreed with that or disagreed.
I do agree with that, and I would ask that, I guess to the extent that my written motions don't delineate that in my argument, I am addressing both of those. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Would the state like to respond?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this court has made counsel where Rule 2.19, subsection 2, that rules criminal procedure, the 2024 new edition.
Oh, you guys, we have movement over in Ferris. We have movement over in the Ferris. I only see the seal behind the bench, but we do have movement over there. If you want to, I'll keep you informed in case I see something, but there's nothing, no camera movement, just the camera turned on is all I know. And this dude's, microphone is not on.
At this point in time, the state has not moved to amend the trial information in this case. However, rules do allow the state to, if needed, to do that during the course of the trial before the rest of the evidence, but also we would contend that if the evidence supported, we could request a jury instruction on that as well. In any event, if the jury instructions or the case law was not submitted to the jury to support this particular alternative, it would still be relevant in the case at hand. Because, as noted in our resistance, it's clear that the timing of these messages, even though they come from my own senator, we would contend the evidence shows that it could only have been sent by somebody who had knowledge that Melody Hoffman was still missing. There was just a brief, maybe a couple of hours.
Okay, so Law and Crime says that the jury has a note for the judge. That's all I know.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the circumstances by which this would have only been provided to your investigator, as I understand it, on October 30th? Is that right?
That's not right, Judge. I didn't make that clear in my resistance. So this was provided to the investigator
Ooh, that sounds cool. 7 Up has a new flavor, Shirley Temple. Lots of sugar, though.
Because I beg to differ on the importance of that, I had them do a supplemental report and provide the defense with
Henny found us, yes.
And so I guess I misread it then or misunderstood it. So what you're indicating is that Megan Hoffman provided the messages to the investigator on February 18th. And then when did the state become aware of it from the investigator?
I became aware of it from Megan Hoffman on Tuesday, October 29th.
Okay, and so then you became aware, and as soon as you became aware, you immediately notified the defense.
I confirmed the existence of tape messages and notified the defense just prior to filing this testimony within about 24 hours of Megan Hoffman's phone.
And so, under rule, and I guess I asked this question to the defense, do you also agree that Rule 2.19 sub 2 is the operative rule for me to consider here, which says that for minutes filed less than 10 days before trial, which includes amended minutes, that if I were to allow that the court can order the state to permit the discovery of the witness, grant a continuance, or enter such other orders deemed just under the circumstances, and if no less severe remedy is adequate to protect the defendant from undue prejudice, to order exclusion of the testimony. Yeah, the whole thing was a question.
We would contend that under 2.19 subsection 2 that this is not we're not introducing a new witness. Megan Hoffman's already been a witness in this case. It's just the particular item or incident at hand that is. So that we would then say that the court would refer to the analysis in subsection B of that rule and subsection that discovery, grant a continuance, or another order being just, and the most severe remedy here would be exclusion.
So, obviously, we're beyond a continuance. Permitting discovery of the witness at this point, what the defense has said in their motion is that, the bulk of the state's case is going to be put on this week. They've already deposed the investigator. They've already deposed Melody Hoffman. What's the remedy? The more significant the evidence, and you've just made an argument that it's significant, the more important that they have an opportunity to meet it. And one concern I have is I'm not aware of any other evidence that the state has to suggest kidnapping by ransom. And so while this is not a wholly new offense, it's a wholly new way of meeting this offense that the state has no other evidence of.
So we would contend that we do have other evidence to support this. As has been laid out in Ben's testimony, and as the evidence in this case will support, the defendant and Mr. Van Baden, while Melody Hoffman was bound and confined within the vehicle they were driving, left Morgan Creek Park and headed directly back towards the residence of Melody Hoffman, where Megan Hoffman was. And there was very little explanation in the evidence in this case for why they would do that, other than they were intending to make some kind of contact with Megan Hoffman. Not that it's part of the case, but there's also information that came from a co-defendant on that regard, but that's not something that the court would be able to consider. In any event, that does rise, or at least arise, the distinct prospect that that could have been one of the intents of the co-defendants in this case.
Doesn't sound like anything that's going to rise to the level of getting a ransom instruction that I'm hearing.
Yeah, there's no other evidence of a ransom instruction other than
So, I mean, my issue is the more you tell me about the importance of the evidence, the higher the prejudice it is if they not have some ability to conduct discovery on it. What the defense says in their resistance is, and I think it's a fair point, is that we are now in the bulk of the state's case that we presented over the next 5 days. At minimum, it would seem fair that they would be able to depose the two witnesses.
Absolutely, if that's the remedy, would be the best fix for the situation, the best way to address the situation, we would accommodate that.
Yet they say that, you know, time is limited. We're in the middle of the week. That if they do that, they're not doing something else that's essential. And of course, the rule says, or enter such other order it deems just under the circumstances. I'm not sure what other remedy there would be other than exclusion.
Your Honor, yes. So we would defer back to our position that even if these messages aren't ultimately used to be able to add a theory to the case, that being the intent to hold Melody Hoffman for ransom, that it does indicate and is incriminating toward the defendant due to the, again, the timing of the message, the nature of the content, the knowledge that the person who sent that would have had, and in particular the knowledge of Megan Hoffman's text or her phone number at the time this happened, as well as I believe that there will be similar syntax used in this message as Mr. Louisma has used in prior correspondence. So we just contend it's a
You can't hear that other attorney at all.
evidence even if it's not used in ransom theory.
Well, and again, the problem is that's a double-edged sword, because the more probative, the more prejudicial if the defense not have an opportunity to meet it. I mean, it's sort of inconceivable to me that a message sent from someone with knowledge prior to information being publicly available would not be included in an investigative report and turned over to the defense. It's inconceivable to me. And that this is not blaming the state. It sounds like you were not aware of it, and as soon as you were aware of it, it was immediately turned over. But in terms of the state actor of the investigator, it's inconceivable to me. Would the defense like to respond to any of this? And is any of what's been said different factually than what you understood when you were filing your resistance or your motion?
Your Honor has essentially articulated all of my concerns, and the more the state spoke, the more concerned I became about the substance of this evidence and its potential impact. It is far less superficial than I even initially thought it was. So I had not understood any of the evidence that I've learned over the course of this case to give rise to the theory of being held for ransom. I believe what the state has indicated today is tenuous at best, and as the court pointed out, likely insufficient to get a jury instruction on that. So at this point, I believe the only remedy that the court can really impose is to exclude the evidence.
And would you, though, respond to, again, the less severe remedy, because the rule does, of course, caution the court that exclusion is to be seen as the last resort. In terms of those other options of permitting discovery, you indicated in your motion that the defense, in effect, didn't have time to do that, didn't want to do that, that it would take away from necessary trial preparation. That was made as sort of a conclusory statement. I certainly don't want you to get into anything that would invade, you know, your private preparations, but can you give the court any additional information about your ability to conduct that discovery if it were permitted in short order.
I can. And I expect that this court knows well what goes into setting up depositions. If the court were to permit us to take depositions, which, to be clear, is not the remedy that we are seeking, because at this point, it's no small thing to do that, Your Honor. We've got 2 witnesses who would need to be deposed. We would need to find a time that would work. We would need to find a location. I would probably be tasked with finding a court reporter that was available. I would need to find a court reporter that is available to do this on a rush job that would be able to turn around transcripts essentially immediately. At that point, are we going to be required to do that outside of trial time, or would we recess the jury and allow us to do it then? Again, this is time that, when added up, is substantial, and it's time that we are taken away from preparing to defend our client in this case. So for that reason, Judge, we're not asking for the remedy of discovery. We're asking for the remedy that it be excluded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State like any further word on this? All right, well, I am actually prepared to rule on this. So upon, under Rule of Criminal Procedure 2.19 sub 2, the state is not permitted to introduce any witness whose minutes of testimony were not filed at least 10 days before trial. And that includes amended minutes under Rule 2.47B. If filed within 10 days, the court may order the state to permit the discovery of such witness, grant a continuance, or enter such other order it deems just under the circumstances. And if no less severe remedy is adequate to protect the defendant from undue prejudice, the court may order the exclusion of the testimony of any such witness. Obviously, the purpose of the rule requiring minutes is to provide the defendant with a full and fair statement of the anticipated testimony. An amendment within 10 days before trial may certainly be permitted, but only if it can be done in such a way as to protect the defendant from undue prejudice. Here, the additional minutes were filed on October 30th at 3:06
Oh,
p.m.
we have a judge. We have a judge. We have a judge in the
stating
Ferris
that,
trial. We have a judge in the
previously
Ferris trial.
listed witnesses, Ryan Kedley and Megan Hoffman, would testify that Megan Hoffman provided Kedley with screenshots of a text conversation she had with an unknown sender from a text now number approximately 10 hours after Melody Hoffman's body had been located in Iowa County. I have reviewed the text now messages, which were loaded as state's proposed exhibits 10M-1 through 10M-4. Significantly, the messages from the anonymous sender include a demand for money in exchange for the safe return of Melody Hoffman. Megan Hoffman was prompt in providing the messages to the investigator upon receipt. It's unknown why the investigator did not include this information in its report. Once the state became aware of the existence of the text messages, it was prompt in providing the information to the
You can
defense.
switch over if you'd like, Miss
But it's
King.
undisputed that this information was not provided to defense counsel until the state emailed defense counsel on October 30th at 2:49 p.m., immediately before filing
That's
the additional
completely up
minutes.
to you.
The defense previously took depositions of both Megan Hoffman and Special Agent Kedley, and the information was not known or revealed, so the defense has had no prior opportunity to explore or follow up on the evidence. The court does find that this evidence is not merely superfluous or supplemental. for the primary reason that it provides evidence for an additional element not previously alleged in the facts by which defendant could be convicted of kidnapping. In Iowa Code Section 710.1, the definition of kidnapping requires that the act be accompanied by one or more items, one of which is the intent to hold a person for ransom, and the text now messages is the only direct evidence that the court is aware of in this case, which would support a kidnapping conviction based on ransom. Additionally, while the text now messages are anonymous, the evidence is nonetheless somewhat probative of identity in this case, particularly due to the court's limine ruling that a separate anonymous text now message sent around the time of defendant's breakup with the alleged victim could be received based on the content and timing of that message and based on Megan Hoffman's expected testimony that Melody Hoffman had no one else in her life that would send such a message at that time. Assuming that the jury believes that the defendant sent the earlier message using the text now service, it's more likely that the jury may believe that the later text now messages were also sent by the same sender. Given that the text now messages provide an additional basis for kidnapping and may have additional probative value regarding identity, the defendant's need for further investigation is not imagined or exaggerated. It is not the type of exploration that would wisely be done cold through cross-examination in front of the jury. Obviously, continuance of trial could not be granted at this point. The court has considered whether it can permit discovery of the witness or provide other remedies, short of exclusion, to provide the defendant and protect the defendant from prejudice. Defense counsel has stated that it cannot devote time to investigate these details with the two witnesses without sacrificing time otherwise needed in trial preparation, which the court finds to be a reasonable position, given that almost the entirety of the state's case will be offered this week. An investigation of these details would at minimum require additional depositions of the two witnesses and potential other follow-up. This is information that was in possession of the state's witness back in February, hours after Melody Hoffman's death. It's simply not fair or reasonable to expect defense counsel to now use its trial preparation time to chase a new discovery issue and be faced with defending a new theory of kidnapping during the week that the state is putting on almost the entirety of its case. While the court finds that exclusion of evidence should be a last resort, it is unfortunately the only remedy available to the court under the timing and circumstances which will avoid undue prejudice to the defendant. Therefore, defendant's objection to amendment to the minutes of testimony for witnesses Megan Hoffman and Ryan Headley as to the text now messages filed October 30, 2024 is sustained, and the motion to exclude that testimony and those proposed exhibits is granted. So let's go ahead and take just a few minute breaks so you can get set up for your openings, and while we're doing that, if you want to test your technology, you can do that as well. Go off the record.
actually at Lily Lake in Amana, and it looks like a dead body here. I'm with a couple other people.
Monica, can we try?
Oh my gosh, I completely missed what was happening over here because I went over to the Ferris trial to watch that, and I didn't do it here, Michelle. No, I've got two streams going. I've got the Ferris trial verdict watch streaming on the channel, but I'm also streaming this new one here. So they're on two different, completely different streams, though. So not to interrupt one with the other. What happened with this? They go over the motion. He denied it or whatever. Or they're planning on opening statements, I'm assuming, right? It is a fancy clock,
You can all be
right?
seated.
Fancy pantsy.
All right, we're here in case number FECR 153477, State of Iowa versus McKinley Louisma. The state is present by Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks, First Assistant Lynn County Attorney Monica Slaughter. Defendant is present with attorneys Jill Eimerman and Matthew Moore. Welcome back, jurors. At this time, I ask that the state please read the charge and defendant's plea.
State of Iowa versus McKinley Louisma. Trial information. Comes now Nicholas G. Maybanks as prosecuting attorney, and in the name and by the authority of the state of Iowa accuses McKinley Louisma of the crime of count 1, murder in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said McKinley Louisma on or about February 17, 2024, in the county of Lynn and state of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully kill Melody Hoffman with malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, and or while participating in a forcible felony offense of kidnapping, and or aid and abet another in the commission of the offense at Morgan Creek Park, 7212 E Avenue Northwest, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa, and or Lily Lake, 220th Trail and 38th Avenue, Amana, Iowa County, Iowa, in violation of section 707.1, 707.21a, Iowa Criminal Code. Count 2, kidnapping in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said McKinley Louisma on or about February 17, 2024, in the county of Lynn and state of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully confine or remove Melody Hoffman from one place to another, knowing that he had neither the authority nor the consent of Melody Hoffman to do so, with the intent to secretly confine her or with the intent to inflict serious injury upon her. And as a consequence of the kidnapping, Melody Hoffman suffered torture and serious injury. And/or aided and abetted another in the commission of the offense at Morgan Creek Park, 7212 E Avenue Northwest, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa, in violation of section 710.1, 710.2 Iowa Criminal Code. Count 3, conspiracy to commit a forcible felony, committed as follows. That the said McKinley Louisma, on or about February 17, 2024, in the County of Lynn and State of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully conspire with one or more persons with the intent to promote or facilitate the commission of a forcible felony by agreeing with another that they or one or more of them will engage in conduct constituting the crime or an attempt or solicitation to commit the crime and or agree to aid in the planning or commission of the crime or of an attempt or solicitation to commit the crime at Morgan Creek, 7212 E Avenue Northwest, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa, in violation of Iowa Code 706.1, subsection B, 706.3, subsection 1 of the Iowa Criminal Code. To these charges, the defendant has pled not guilty.
Jurors, at this time, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make opening statements. In doing so, they may explain to you what they believe the issues in the case are and what they expect the evidence will show. The statements which they now make and the arguments that they will later make after all the evidence has been received is not evidence and may not be considered by you as evidence. Also, any statements they make about the law is not to be considered as the law of the case. Since evidence often comes in piecemeal and out of chronological or logical sequence in the trial of a lawsuit, the statements of counsel are merely to put the facts in perspective. They're intended to give you a thumbnail sketch of the case and outline the evidence to better aid you in understanding the issues and the evidence. And therefore, I ask that you give them your attention. The state will give their opening first, followed by the defense. Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Depraved, dehumanizing, defies reason. The evidence in this case will show that the defendant's actions, along with his accomplice, Dakota Van Patten, on February 17th into February 18th, 2024, were depraved. The evidence in this case will show that they kidnapped, killed, and mutilated Melody Hoffman in a manner that can be described as nothing less than dehumanizing. The evidence in this case will show, and we will lay out for you at the end of this case, multiple possible explanations for why he did this, but all of the explanations will defy reason. Depraved, dehumanizing, defies reason. The evidence in this case will show that on February 17th, 2024, Melody Hoffman was a young and vibrant 20-year-old lady. She was still finding her way in the world. The evidence will show that she lived with her mom and her protector, Megan Hoffman. But the evidence will show that she was not your typical 20-year-old young lady. Melody also had an intellectual disability. Melody had the mind and maturity level of a much younger person and processed the world more like a 12 or 14-year-old girl would, but in the body of a grown adult. As the evidence will show in this case, because of who she is and what kind of person she was, she did not always make decisions that were in her best interest. Melody was more susceptible to manipulation, even control. She was overly trusting. And the evidence will show she just wanted to feel loved and included. At the time she was killed, Melody was still at home living with her mom, while many of her peers from high school had begun to move on with their lives. The evidence will show that Melody was very social, that she craved attention. But besides her family, there just weren't a lot of other people in her lives. In particular, she craved the attention of young men and really wanted to have a boyfriend. The evidence will show the defendant Mr. Louisma knew Melody very well as of February 17th and 18th of 2024. He had been in a relationship, even stayed with her at her home with her mother on occasion. But the relationship failed, and the two of them broke up around the beginning of the year 2024. The defendant would promise her that he was coming over and that they could hang out, but then he'd make excuses and not show up. The evidence would show the breakup was hard on Melody, and she didn't take it very well. You see, the defendant was her first real boyfriend. She wanted to be with him, but she couldn't stay with him because he wasn't valuing her. The evidence will show the defendant, Mr. Louisma, had a lot going on in his life when this happened. He had been involved in a longer-term relationship with another young woman, Nakia Sloboda, which had gone on for approximately 4 years up to that point. There had been some struggles and strife in their relationship, and the two of them split up in the middle of 2023, which is approximately the time he began seeing Melody Hoffman. The evidence will show the defendant and Nakia then reconciled and were back together around the same time his relationship with Melody Hoffman was ending. The evidence will show the defendant was living with Nakia, but had some struggles maintaining employment. And to top things off, Nakia was pregnant with this child. The evidence will show that both of these women knew about the other. And the evidence will show that the woman with which he had the longer-term relationship and commitment was Nakia. And she told the defendant he had to choose between her and Melody. The evidence will show there was a lot of stress going on in the defendant's life. A pregnant girlfriend and an ex-girlfriend, Melody, who still wanted to be in his life, with a secret of her own that was discovered after she died. You will hear the defendant's girlfriend had pregnancy complications that day on February 17th, 2024, adding to his stress. The evidence will show that this triangle, although certainly not unique, was extraordinary in the consequences that resulted from it. On February 17th, the evidence will show the defendant had a past with Melody Hoffman, but she wanted to have a future with him. The evidence will show he didn't. The evidence will show the defendant knew Melody well. He knew she would be willing to get into a car with him and another man, one she didn't know and who didn't know her, Dakota Van Patten. And that she would do so even though she had just broken up with him and there had been conflict between them. The evidence will show that he knew she would make that decision, which would prove to be her last. The evidence will show that Megan Hoffman, Melody's mom, was alerted to Melody's departure from their residence through a camera at approximately 11:24 p.m. on February 17th, 2024. Megan immediately reached out to her and asked her what she was doing and told her to hurry back home. You will see the conversation between Megan and Melody when she left the residence, which would prove to be the last time she saw and talked to her daughter. The evidence will show Melody Hoffman never came back home. In this case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, through testimony, cell phone location data, cell phone forensic information, video surveillance, physical evidence, and even DNA evidence, the state will lay out to you exactly where Melody Hoffman traveled with these two men, the defendant and Dakota Van Patten, and what happened during that fatal car ride. But before we do that, the state will present to you what the defendant, Dakota Van Patten, and a third man, Logan Kimpton, did prior to picking up Melody. The evidence will show that a couple of days prior to this incident, the defendant had purchased a machete from Walmart and had been researching various face coverings and face masks. You will see on surveillance video the defendant, Dakota Van Patten, and Logan Kimpton, the third man, purchasing machetes and gloves at Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids just mere hours before the defendant picked up Melody Hoffman. And the evidence will show that it was not for the purposes of going camping or mudding in February of 2024. During this case, you will hear that Kimpton talked openly to others about the plan that he, the defendant, and Van Patten had. In this case, you'll be able to follow their actions as they came into contact with each other, proceeded to the Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids, and you will see that Kimpton then left the other men for the night, leaving the defendant and Van Patten together. The evidence will show they were together within an hour or so prior to picking up Melody Hoffman, when the defendant picked up another person, Trevor Weiss, from work at Lebowski's and drove him home. The evidence will show the defendant would later return to Trevor Weiss's residence after all this happened and tell him to tell anyone who may ask that he and Trevor were playing video games together all night. The evidence will show the defendant and Van Patten picked up Melody from her house. Initially, they were listening to music and driving around, seemingly having a good time. But that changed when they arrived at Morgan Creek Park in Lynn County. When they arrived at Morgan Creek Park, the evidence in this case will show that Megan Hoffman, the protective mom, was watching Melody's location and determined what she already pretty much knew, that Melody was with the defendant, because she knew they had been there before and the defendant's parents lived in that area. The evidence will show they drove to this dark and secluded park in Lynn County, and that's where this fun night turned fatal. The evidence will show that the carefreeness and levity of the night turned into depravity. The evidence will show that it was at Morgan Creek Park where whatever depraved plan the defendants had came into action. Melody was beaten. You'll hear about the blunt force of the beating she took when you hear from the pathologist who conducted her autopsy. While beating her, the evidence will show they used the handle of the machete across her face, just one of the weapons they ended up using. The evidence will show they terrorized and tortured her. They bound her hands and mouth with duct tape. You'll see what they did to her because it was documented. The evidence will show they tied her up and confined her within the car and then removed her from Morgan Creek, traveling back towards Marion to conduct whatever it was their sadistic plan. Whatever reason they had for this plan, for terrorizing, tying up, and then removing her from Morgan Creek, the evidence will show the reason was depraved and it involved dehumanizing her. The evidence will show they did not treat her as any human being would ever deserve to be treated, and that she endured unspeakable trauma before she was slayed. being subjected to severe physical and emotional pain. The state will demonstrate to you where they took her and what path they took doing it. The evidence will show they traveled from Morgan Creek Park back into Marion, nearly all the way back to her house. As they were heading back to her home to carry out their plan, if there even still was a concrete plan at that time, they stopped in a parking lot not far from her house. The evidence will show that Megan Hoffman was watching her daughter's location still, wondering where Melody was at and what she was doing. The evidence will show that Megan received a message from Melody on Snapchat, but the evidence will show that it could not have been Melody talking to her or messaging her at that time. The evidence will show was these men working in concert, and likely that it was the defendant directly communicating with Megan. You will see this conversation, and you will see that they indicated to Megan that Melody was nearby and heading home soon. The evidence will show that Megan demanded that Melody come home. And then the evidence will show in this case that the defendant and Van Patten encountered a Marion police car. And that at approximately the same time they did that, the location detection on Melody's phone was shut off and they left the area. The evidence will show that the defendant, Van Patten, and Melody Hoffman kidnapped, tortured, injured, and restrained, then traveled to Lily Pond in Amana, Iowa. Her final destination, the last journey of her life. The evidence will show that the defendant had intimate knowledge of Lily Pond and where it was. In this case, you'll see what happened next. And it will be shocking. And you might want to understand why it happened. But the evidence shows you, whatever reason it happened, defies reason. Because it was irrational, depraved, dehumanizing, and deadly. You see, the evidence will show you, and you will infer, that the defendants decided it had gone too far and they needed to end it. The evidence will show you they decided they needed to end their plan, whatever it was, end the activities for the night before they got caught, and end Melody's life. The evidence will show you when they arrived at Lily Pond, a place the defendant knew very well, the defendant and Van Patten strangled Melody with a paracord. The defendant and Van Patten stabbed her with a knife. The defendant and Van Patten slashed her back. The defendant and Van Patten mutilated her body. The evidence will show it was likely done to stage what her body would look like after being attacked. And if that wasn't the reason, the evidence will only be explainable by some other depraved and senseless reason, the likes of which reasonable minds could hardly construe. The evidence will show that the defendant, with Dakota Van Patten by his side, strangled Melody, stripped Melody, mutilated her body, and left her for dead on the shore of a chilly pond in rural Iowa County. And with that, the defendant also left behind, the evidence will show, at least part of the problems he was having in his life. 20 years of happiness, innocence, zest for life gone within a matter of hours. The evidence will show there were different possible reasons for why this happened. Animosity from the breakup, ridding himself of Melody so he could stay with Nakia and they could go on with their lives. Some kind of twisted plan that went too far. But the evidence will also show another potential motive. That could have been the sole reason in and of itself, or an additional motive on top of any other motive or reasons we might not know and don't have to prove. You see, the evidence will show, and you will hear, that Melody Hoffman was either pregnant at the time of her death or had recently been pregnant. The evidence will show that at approximately 2:24 a.m. on February 18th, 2024, the defendant and Dakota Van Patten snuffed out Melody's life and left her body at Lily Pond. The evidence will show that while Melody lay lifeless on the shore of Lily Pond, the defendant and Dakota Van Patten got back into the car, listened to some music, traveled back into Cedar Rapids, bought some cigars, and then went home. The evidence will show the defendant dropped off Dakota Van Patten at the home of Taya Meyer, and that Dakota Van Patten had a conversation with Taya Meyer about what happened that night. The evidence will show the defendant went back home to his girlfriend, Nakia, kissed her, told her he loved her, sat down, and looked at his phone. You'll hear what was found on his phone, and you'll see it as well. The evidence will show the defendant took one last look at what was on his phone and deleted it as if the subject matter never existed. The evidence will show that when Van Patten was dropped off that night and when the defendant went home, the defendant's car was also left on Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha where he was living. The car was seized and the contents of the trunk of the cab of the car helped shed light on what happened to Melody and how the defendant and Van Patten conspired to kidnap her, did kidnap her, and kill her. What they found in the trunk of the car was deeply incriminating. What they found was a kidnapper's grab bag containing compelling and shocking evidence of the plight that Melody Hoffman endured at their hands. Her clothes with duct tape still on them. A paracord that was used to strangle her to death. A knife with her blood on it. A machete with a handle that matched the mark across her face. The evidence will show the defendant handled all of these items because he would admit to Special Agent Kedley of the DCI that he handled all of these items. And the DNA analysis of those items will also confirm they were used to kidnap and kill Melody Hoffman, that they were handled by Van Patten, and that they were handled by McKinley Louisma, as he admitted that he did. You will hear from Dr. Kelly Cruz from the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office, who will explain to you that Melody died from strangulation, and that the ligature marks on her neck matched the paracord found in the defendant's trunk. The evidence will show the knife in the defendant's car that he admitted to having in his possession that night was also consistent with the stab wounds and slash wounds on Melody's body. The evidence will show these wounds were inflicted, likely, post-mortem. And you will infer that it was either done for staging purposes or for some unknown reason that, quite frankly, defies any rational explanation. The evidence will show she was strangled, stabbed, mutilated, stripped, and left face down on the shore of that pond. Dead at the hands of the defendant and Dakota Van Patten. At the end of this case, we will return to you, break down for you, nearly to the minute, proving to you each and every one of these facts that I've asserted to you are facts in this case, and demonstrate to you how the evidence in this case shows the defendant and Dakota Van Patten acted as primary perpetrators and as aiders and abettors to each other in the conspiracy, kidnapping, and murder of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman. And we'll show that to you to any doubt, beyond any doubt that is reasonable. And when we lay out for you the evidence in this case and the instructions that the court gives to you, we will ask you for verdicts of guilty to murder in the first degree, kidnapping in the first degree, and conspiracy to commit a forcible felony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, dear God. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle this one, you guys. Whoa. I did not know these facts about her intellectual disability, or the fact that she was or had been very previously pregnant. I didn't know those things. I did not know those things. Did not know those things. Sherry said, we can move on, Jenny. Ay, 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 ay. This one might be a bit much, Margaret says. It's a heavy one, huh? It's pretty heavy. Ay, ay, ay. Kylie's mom said, I missed a bunch of that, but it sounds like defense has a long way to go. Yikes. I don't know what kind of defense they're going to have. I mean, I say, you know, they might as well just string him up. If his toenails are as long as his fingernails are, they might as well just string him up by his toenails and just, right? Right, Kylie's mom? Surprised this even went to trial. Like, why? Why? What I want to know is are they seeking the death penalty? Because I think that they've crossed several lines where they could easily go for the death. I don't know if Iowa has the death penalty, but if so, this should be a death penalty case. Like, let's forget the trial. Just take him on to the chambers. Right? Yeah, he pled not guilty. I mean, that's why he's having a trial. I'm just shocked. I mean, we can continue on. We can continue on if you guys want to. I'm fine with it. If it gets to be much for me, I can, zone out on something else. I can play I can turn my township games on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if it gets to be too much, I can walk away just as easy as the rest of you guys can walk away. I'm just saying. Mm-mm-mm. Hi, Pilola says squishing is over. Pilola, we're discussing this case. None of us knew going into this case. Iowa doesn't have the death penalty. Okay. Okay. Well, so I just stumbled upon this trial today. Today was day 1. So we was like, okay, well, while we're waiting for Ferris, let's, start a new trial. Here we are. But I had no idea that the young woman that is the victim in this case has an intellectual disability. This prosecutor said that she's like, 19, 20? But she has the mind of like a 12, 13, 14-year-old. And, yeah. It's sad. Very sad. But, anyway. Hey, Cordelia. Good to see you. Just started watching this. I'm surprised I haven't heard this. I don't know if I have it in me to watch it. Will be too heartbreaking. But then again, I do want there to be justice. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, we've seen a lot of really hard things. I mean, trials. Lori and Chad Daybell, their trial was, that one was hard. That one was really hard, specifically for me, because JJ had autism. And just things about him reminded me, things that he would do and the way that they would, describe him and his actions reminded me a lot of my big kiddo, my biggest kiddo. He's autistic. And so, that was hard. But, And then there was the case of Harmony Montgomery. Those were children. And, Melody, I hate that her name, I don't hate that her name is Melody. It's a beautiful name. But, we're coming off of this Ferris trial and her name is Melody. I don't want people to be like confused because we think negative thoughts of Melody Ferris. I don't want to think that of this sweet young woman here in this trial. But if we continue with this one, it's going to be a hard one to watch. I mean, a lot of them are. This one, is probably going to be specifically a lot harder. And he said that they documented what they did to her. So that means they've either got photos or videos. I mean, Cordelia, they came back with, they're at an impasse. They can't come to a unanimous decision. So the judge told them, I know you've worked hard, but I'm going to need you to continue to go back and work hard on coming up with a unanimous verdict. So he sent him back to continue deliberating. We'll see what happens later today. Oh, this dude deleted stuff from his phone. This one did. The McKinley. Is that his name? McKinley Louisma. Yeah. Okay. You want to do a poll, Sherry? All right. Well, I mean, um, 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 okay. Well, I think it would be easier, because some people don't like. Though there's usually a lot of people in the chat, but then there won't be nearly as many people that will answer the poll. And I think that sometimes it's because the poll doesn't show up on some people's phones or iPads. So why don't we just do a quick 1 or 2? 1, if you want to continue with this trial, or 2, if you want to not continue. I'm fine either way, Sherry. To be honest, I'll watch it. If we don't cover it, I'll probably still watch it behind the scenes. So, I'll watch it regardless. But I don't want to do it if you guys don't want to do it, you know? Kylie's mom said 3. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, 1 if you want to continue. 2 if you're like, nah, I'm out. It'll definitely be one that we're going to be angry about. I mean, I'm already angry, but I want to hang him up by his long fingernails. Ugh. Cordelia, Mickey, and Henny say 1. Margaret says 1. Dun, 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 dun. P. Lola and Miss King says 1. Okay, well, it looks like 1 it is. Miss King says 1, but if it gets too bad, we can leave. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's something I always want to tell people. If it gets to be where it's too much for you, step away. Go look at some cute little kitty cats on Instagram, you know? And the same for me. If it gets to be too much, I'll just tell y'all I gotta walk away for a few minutes. And I'll do that, you know? All right. Well, we'll continue with it. Everybody seems to be on board with that. All right. Let's do it. Let's see what this defense attorney's opening ridiculousness is going to be.
Defense will now have an opportunity to give an opening statement. Ms. Emmerman?
Good luck, woman. That's all I got to say. Aw, P. Lola. Don't pull over, ma'am. I'm thankful you pulled over. Can't hear you, lady.
He was there when Melody was beaten, and he was there when Melody died. However, this case is not nearly as straightforward as the state would lead you to believe. The state says frequently they. But there was no plan, ladies and gentlemen. There was no agreement. They were not acting in concert. There was no the defendant and Van Patten. Because while he was there, he did not strangle her. While he was there, he did not cut her. While he was there, he did not beat her. While he was there, he did not kill her. You heard that there were a number of items that were found in his trunk, and you heard that there will be DNA evidence about these items. And while McKinley may have said that he handled those items at one time, he did not use those items to kill Melody Hoffman. And what you will hear about the DNA that was found on those items is that none of the DNA belonged to McKinley. Among those items, there was DNA that could be matched to individuals. There was DNA that could be matched to 3 individuals. Those 3 individuals were Melody Hoffman, Logan Kenton, and Dakota McKinley. This case, ladies and gentlemen, is not nearly as straightforward as the state would lead you to believe. And over the course of the next few days, you will hear from witnesses, and they will talk about the evidence that was found in this case. After hearing all of that evidence, after considering all of that evidence, you will determine that the state has come up short, that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that our client, that McKinley Louisma, is guilty of the charges that the state has alleged in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman.
Naturally,
This
Kylie's
time we
mom.
will proceed with the presentation
It's going to be the other guys. The other guy did it. I didn't do it.
of evidence. Is the state prepared to offer its first witness? You may.
They're going to have to get their audio game together, though. I can't deal with that. I have the volume up as high as it'll go. She does need a microphone. They all need a microphone. The only one that's using a microphone is the judge. Yeah, I know, Cordelia. You need some caffeine, Judge, because this is, wow. I still haven't made it out of my pajamas. I'm still in my pajamas. I mean, oh, I need to put a trigger warning.
Yes, I do. Amy Lynn Robas, R-O-B as in boy, A, S like Sam, S like Sam, E.
Come on, get the.
I live in the Amana area.
So apparently, we're going to have to use her answers to guesstimate what the state's questions are because we can't hear anything. Hopefully, they'll get it figured out. Sometimes it takes them a minute. Somebody will be listening and double checking to make sure the stream's working on the other end. And then if they say, oh, the audio, then they'll figure it out. But they better hurry it up.
4 years. I'm sorry?
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently not working due to medical issues, but until the beginning of this year, I was the executive director of a small nonprofit for people with disabilities.
Were you living in the Amana area on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember what you were doing the morning of February 18th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
What did you do in the morning?
I went to Lily Lake or Lily Pond, depending on who you're talking to, and was sitting in the parking lot in my car, listening to an audiobook, watching the geese and the ducks, thinking about what I wanted to do for the day and some things that were going on in my life at that time.
Is that something you do a lot?
Yes.
And had you been to Lily Pond out there quite a bit in the past?
Yes, I usually go there a couple times a week at least, depending on weather.
What kind of area is it? It's out there.
Peaceful, sort of quiet. There's not much there except the lake, and there's a couple of picnic benches right along the shore by the parking lot, and a lot of people park there and walk the trail that goes around the lake. A few people will go and picnic there, but for the most part, people will park and do what I was doing and sort of sit and talk on the phone. I've seen a lot of residents sit and have lunch and just kind of appreciate the beauty of the spot while they're doing things that they need to do, sort of making their days a little bit better, I think, with that nice, pretty view.
Prior to today's date, did you see a picture of an aerial view of the Lily Pond area?
Yes, I did.
And if you saw that, would you be able to identify the area of Lily Pond and where it's located?
Yes, I would.
And was that a fair and accurate depiction of that area in your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, we move to the United States Exhibit number 2.
Any objection to Exhibit 2?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And then when the court's able to request to publish that.
You may publish.
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 2 initially here, Ms. Rojas?
An aerial view of Walford heading towards Amana.
Is that showing that, I think it's Highway 151 as it goes south through Walford to the Amanas?
Yes.
If we could just go down to the bottom of the exhibit here. And down here in the bottom left corner of this is it, what do we see?
Lily Pond or Lily Lake, depending on who you're talking to.
We'll probably call it.
That's usually how it goes.
And is that where you were at then at this location of Lily Pond in the morning of February 18th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
Well, what time did you arrive at there?
Around 9:30.
When you arrived, was there anyone else there?
Not at that time.
Were you the only car there?
When I arrived, yes.
And while you were there, what did you do?
I was listening to my audiobook and just thinking and looking out the window.
While you were there, did anyone else arrive in the area?
Yes, there were two other cars that came and sort of did what I was doing. They sat and they were actually on their phones and talking and then left after a few minutes. And then I had a couple approach my vehicle on foot.
What was the weather conditions like that morning?
Overcast, kind of foggy.
When this couple approached you, what did they do?
They were acting strange. I actually felt really nervous seeing them because they were clearly agitated. They were older than I am, and coming towards me, kind of waving. And so I rolled down my window, and they were immediately asking for help. And so I ended up getting out of my vehicle to find out what was going on.
Did they direct you to a certain area in the park?
Yeah, they pointed towards the shore behind the picnic pavilion at the Lily Lake, and said that they had been walking and saw something over there, and they didn't know what it was, if it was a dead animal or if it was a mannequin or if somebody was playing some kind of prank, and would I go over there and look.
How long have you been there?
I would say I think I'd probably been there about 20 minutes.
And did you go out to that area to see what they were talking about?
Yeah, as soon as I exited my vehicle and started walking that direction, I was able to see that there was a human body and that it was not moving. And so I called 911 as I was walking that way.
About how many feet did you have to walk to be able to see that it was a human body?
I don't know that it was the feet so much as like, there's a divot, the elevation changes a little bit where the body was. And so once I exited my vehicle, started walking, the way my line of vision changed, and then it was easy to see her, but that was probably about 10 feet from my vehicle that I noticed.
So were you unable to see this body previously just because of the way the area was landscaped?
I would say it was a combination of the landscaping and the fog. Once I knew she was there, I probably could have seen her, but with the landscaping and the fog and just not expecting to see anything like that, it was not easy.
Now, you mentioned that you called 911. We'll get to that in a moment. But as you approached this body, can you describe what you observed?
It was a young female. I could tell I knew she was young because she had the most beautiful, pale, perfect skin and glorious curls. And she was not moving in any way, shape, or form. She was not appropriately clothed. There were slashes and gashes all over her. Her hands were curled in a way that they shouldn't have been.
As you approached her and observed her, could you tell her that she was breathing?
She was not breathing.
You can definitely tell that this woman was severely affected by this, right? And now to know that she worked with a company that worked with people with disabilities, I mean, it's kind of like crazy, right? But you can tell, like, the way she's holding her hands together. And this is I mean, this just happened. This was February of this year. So, like 8 or 9 months ago, you know? But anyway.
I was fairly confident, just even from a distance, that based on positioning, the temperature, the way she was laying, not being clothed appropriately, that she was deceased.
When you say she wasn't clothed appropriately, what did you see her wearing, if anything, as far as clothing?
I know she still had underwear, and I believe she still had a bra. Honestly, I've tried to forget. I try not to think of her like that. But I remember also, her underwear wasn't on correctly, and so when I called 911, I also mentioned that I thought she might have been sexually assaulted.
What kind of position was she in?
She was
Hey,
laying on her
Toxic.
stomach. I could not see her face.
Hello, hello.
Did that also
Yes, and I also saw wounds on her body that I thought might have been post-mortem wounds. There was no blood on them.
So you saw wounds in her body with no active bleeding?
It's what it looked like to me. I've never seen that in real life, but I've
We're behind, but this
read
is the
about it.
first witness.
Did you see anything else about her while you were observing her that thought maybe, that led you to believe that maybe she did have some life in her?
When I was talking to emergency personnel, I noticed she had goosebumps. And I, at that moment, thought maybe I was wrong because she had goosebumps. So maybe she just was not well and really cold. And I told 911 and they said, no, don't. Because I thought maybe they would tell me to go assess her. And they said, absolutely stay back. Don't touch her, which I had not at that point, nor did I.
Did you later learn what those goosebumps may have been?
Yes, goosebumps can be an indication of rigor mortis.
Objection, competence, Your Honor.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you touch or disturb her body in any way?
No, I did not.
Now, when you saw this body, then you indicated that you made a phone call.
Yes, I did.
Approach with you.
You may.
Okay, the witness was being marked as State's Exhibit number 4. And prior to today's date, Ms. Robots, did you have an opportunity to review the 911 call that you made to the Iowa County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Was that a fair and accurate recording?
Yes, it was.
Move to admit State's Exhibit number 4, Your Honor.
Any objection to 4? No, Your Honor. Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Lurk away, toxic. Lurk away.
Now I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 5. Did you also end up receiving a phone call back from 911 to gather more information?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review that prior to today's date?
Yes, I did.
Was that also a fair and accurate recording?
Yes, it was.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 5, Your Honor.
Any objection to 5? No objection. 5 is admitted.
Permission to publish those exhibits, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you.
Iowa County 911, what is the address of your emergency? I'm actually...
Whoa. Okay, that was loud. God. That like jolted me out of my chair. Margaret, I'm sorry. If you're listening, she's going to jump in and say my ears. Yeah. And yeah, right, Patricia? My ears. That was loud. That was very, very loud. So give you a couple seconds to adjust your earbuds, headphones. There's Margaret. My ears. So just be prepared. I'm not going to lower the volume. I'll let you guys lower the volume on your ends. So here we go.
at Lily Lake in Amana, and it looks like a dead body here. I'm with a couple other people. They said, don't turn on the sirens. Okay, you're at the Lily Pond? Yeah, right by where the picnic area, the pavilion is. Okay. It's a woman, and she's just wearing underwear. Is she breathing? It does not look like it. Do you see her chest rising and falling? She's on her back or on her stomach. Okay. Do you see any? I don't want you to touch her. No, none. And there's a bunch of like welts and marks on her, and she looks stiff. But she does have goosebumps. I don't know. What's your name? Amy Robas.
Can you spell the last name?
R-O-B as in boy, A, S like Sam, E.
And phone number, Amy?
319-217-2866.
Okay, I'll get somebody over there, okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, yep, bye-bye.
Hello.
Okay, Amy,
Yeah.
this is Sarah with the Iowa County Sheriff's Office. I've got an ambulance
Yes.
on the way, and I've got some deputies on the way. Where exactly are you
Okay.
guys at the Lily Lake?
We're sitting at the pavilion,
And how
and the
many
body
people are
is, there are 3 of us. There were 2 people walking, and I was actually just sitting in my car looking at the birds, and they came and grabbed me because they weren't sure if it was real, and so we're all sitting here together.
Okay, just a minute.
Sure.
Okay, so you said that she's on her stomach.
She is on her stomach, yes.
Does it look like she was in the water?
No.
Okay, and is there anything else around her?
No, but there are all kinds of marks on her back, like flashes.
Okay. Okay,
And I'm wondering if there might have been a. No, we're not. We're not over there anymore. I'm wondering if there might have been a sexual assault too.
Okay. Like I said, I have deputies on the way. If you can just
Okay. Yep, we're waiting.
away from her, but if anybody does go
Yep.
up to her, just tell them to get away, please.
Yep. And there's nobody else here right now. We're hanging out waiting.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Okay. Yep. Bye bye.
Ms. Robas, and did you remain on the scene there at Lily Pond until law enforcement and medical authorities arrived?
Yes, I did.
And while you were awaiting their arrival, was this body disturbed in any way?
No, it was not.
Did you remain on the scene long enough to provide your name and information in case you needed it later?
Yes, I did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Robas, do you recall what the temperature was that morning?
No, I do not.
You referenced noticing goosebumps, is that right?
Yes, I did.
That stood out in your mind that day?
Yes, it did.
You mentioned it today in your testimony. When you went home that day, you got on the internet, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Some of the observations that you'd made led you curious to learn more information, is that right?
Yes,
And so, for instance, you got online and you did a little bit of research on the internet about goosebumps, is that right?
that's correct.
But you're not an expert in that area, are you?
Absolutely not.
And you mentioned your observation of the knife injuries being possibly post-mortem, is that right?
Correct.
That is in no way an area of your expertise, would you agree?
Absolutely not. No.
You're just kind of guessing.
Correct.
That's okay. I appreciate it. You've answered my question.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Is it just me, or does this judge seem very nervous, like he don't know what to do with his hands or something?
Is the next witness likely to be a short witness or a long witness? All right, let's go ahead and take a morning recess then. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Jurors, have a good break. Please remember the admonition I gave you before. We'll see you back shortly.
Oh, thank God, Donnie. Thank goodness. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Thank you for letting us know, too. It's always scary, right? Super scary. All right, that is a very pretty clock, I have to say. A very pretty clock. All right, now...
You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may do so.
State calls Mark Teat.
Usually, Cordelia, it'll take quite a while. I'm surprised it's this soon, too. He must not have waived his right to a speedy trial. Agree, Toxic.
Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. If you would please state and spell your full name for the record.
My full name is Mark James Teat. First name is M-A-R-K. Middle is James, J-A-M-E-S, and Teat is spelled T-I-E-D-T.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you start off by telling us how you're employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Iowa County Sheriff's Office.
And how many years of service do you have with the Iowa County Sheriff's Office?
I've been employed there since June 1st of 2006.
Are you a graduate, or did you graduate from one of the Iowa law enforcement academies?
I graduated from the 205th Basic Academy in July of 2005 at the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
And so does that make you a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
It does.
And you said your current position is deputy sheriff?
Correct.
Have you held any other positions through the Iowa County Sheriff's Office?
I was a canine handler for several years, but still a deputy sheriff during that time as well.
How many years were you a canine handler?
Approximately 7.
And did you have any law enforcement experience prior to becoming employed with the Iowa County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. In 2005, I was employed with the Marion Police Department, and then I left there in October of 2005, approximately. I went to work for a family business, and then in 2006, I decided to get back into law enforcement. I worked briefly for the small town of Tripola Police Department, and then I got hired by the Iowa County Sheriff's Office.
And deputy sheriff, was that the position or the title that you held back in February of 2024?
Yes.
Can you tell us briefly, as a deputy sheriff, what your primary job duties or responsibilities are?
Mine differ a little than a normal deputy. I'm a primarily patrol, but I also assist with investigations when our primary investigator is overwhelmed or his caseload is too much.
He needs to go make
or he's
some
not
frog
available.
logs.
But primarily it's patrol. You drive around, deter crime, traffic enforcement, answer calls for service, that type of thing.
Counsel, would you turn your mic on?
It is.
Oh, somehow it's not coming through well.
Will you
I'll turn it up.
Thank you. How's that, Judge? Better?
Thank you.
Yes. Deputy, on February 18th, 2024, did you become involved in a homicide investigation of Melody Hoffman?
I did.
And can you tell us how it is you became involved in that?
I was working just a normal patrol shift that day, and it was probably about 12, I think I have in my notes, in the morning. Iowa County Dispatch received a 911 call of a female that had been found at the Amana Lily Lake, and the caller believed that she may be deceased.
Finally, right,
When you
Kylie's
work
mom?
patrol, are you patrolling the entirety of Iowa County?
About
Yes, all
time.
approximately 600 square miles.
Can you recall approximately where you were when this call came out from dispatch that this body had been found?
Actually, I was at the office. I was in Marengo at the time.
And so once that call came out, did you head straight towards the Lily Pond or Lily Lake area?
I did.
And just to be clear, Lily Pond and Lily Lake, are those used interchangeably?
Yes, it's very common to call it either one.
Okay. The information that comes in through dispatch, does dispatch then relay or tell you that information as you're responding to a scene?
Yes.
So you get that information, you're at the sheriff's office, and then you head to Lily Pond.
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I have it in my notes if I could refer to my report.
If referring to your report would help refresh your recollection, I'd ask you to look at that.
Okay.
Let me know when you found that answer.
I arrived on scene at approximately 10:23 a.m.
And can you recall what the weather was like that morning?
For February, it was warm, but I remember it was windy. And warm, I would say, for February, it'd be in the 40s, approximately, degrees.
By the time you received this call, do you have any recollection of there being fog?
I don't.
Any memory of rain or any other types of precipitation that would have occurred late that night or early that morning?
Nothing is sticking out to me, no.
When you made your approach to the Lily Lake area or the Lily Pond area, what road did you come in off of?
I would have been on 220th Trail.
And I want to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 2 with the court's permission to republish that.
You may do so.
One more. Thank you. Do you recognize this aerial photo of the Lily Pond area?
I do.
When you arrived at the Lily Pond area, which way did you come in from?
I would have came from the west traveling east. So this is 220th Trail here, and this is the direction I would have traveled, eastbound on 220th Trail to the Lily Lake, to this area right here.
And is that the area of the pond at the kind of center top of that pond area where the pavilion is located?
Yes, so this area right here, this would be the parking lot to the pond, or to the Lily Lake, and then the pavilion would be right in here.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you arrived at that area, did you make contact with anybody?
I made contact, yes, with 3 individuals, and then also there was 2 QRS or first responders on scene already.
Okay, so the 3 individuals that you made contact with, do you recall their names?
One was Amy Robasi, and then I have Ursula Williams, and then her husband, Scott Williams, maybe. Yes, Scott Williams.
Was Ursula and Scott the older couple
Yes,
that was there with Amy Rabas?
correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that there were QRS members that were present. What's QRS?
In Iowa County, QRS is called Quick Responders. It's an acronym. And QRS is basically your first responders. So every town has volunteer service, first responders. And this was called out as a medical call originally. So they dispatched an ambulance, but then they also dispatched first responders because the ambulance cannot get there as quick as first responders can.
Okay. And so these first responders have some degree of medical training or paramedics or something?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got there, QRS was already present?
2 members of the QRS was, yes.
And did they check Melody Hoffman for signs of life?
The one female member named Madison Frame did inform me she checked the Miss Hoffman for any heartbeat or anything like that, and she said she did not detect anything.
Is that typical for the medical personnel to arrive and make contact with the injured or deceased individual before law enforcement gets involved?
It is very common.
So after it was relayed to you or conveyed to you that Melody did not have any signs of life, what did you do next?
I went over and observed Miss Hoffman lying in the grass, and to me, obviously, she was clearly deceased as well.
When you say you observed her, can you describe for us what your initial observations of Melody Hoffman were?
So she was lying face down on the ground. Her head was to the east, her feet were to the west. Her arms were down to her sides, kind of spread out a little bit. I would say her hands were 2 or 3 feet from her body. She had all kinds of lacerations across her back and then some stab wounds on her back as well. Her underwear was pulled down over her buttocks, and then her bra had been pulled up towards her shoulders. She was not wearing any other clothing besides that.
Deputy, can you recall or would you describe this crime scene as particularly bloody?
No, there was very little blood, actually. Miss Hoffman had a little bit of blood, but there was no blood pooled anywhere on the ground. To me, it was almost as if that's not where the scene occurred, the actual homicide occurred, because there was no blood anywhere, really.
Did you touch the body?
I did not. I did touch her body after the special agent with the DCI arrived and after the medical examiner. But prior to that, no, I did not touch her body.
So well into the investigation?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. At the time that you are there and making your initial contact, had this body in any way been identified?
No, it did not.
And so you noted that the medical examiner and you said an investigator, did they touch or manipulate the decedent in any way?
After they arrived on scene, yes, they did. We did move Ms. Hoffman to where we could take photos of her and examine her. But until then, no, Ms. Hoffman had not been moved.
In the course of events or the chain of events that occurs, photographs overall are taken, is that correct?
Correct.
Was the area and the condition of Melody Hoffman's body photographed before she was moved or manipulated in any way?
Yes, I did photograph the scene along with the body.
Can you recall approximately what time Melody Hoffman was confirmed deceased?
It was at 10:37 a.m.
Was the scene taped off?
Yes, it was.
Explain to us what it means to tape off a crime scene.
This area was rather large due to the open area, but basically we put crime scene tape, secured the parking lot. We put crime scene tape along the bike trail, and then to the east of the pavilion, there's actually a small bridge. We blocked the scene at that bridge with crime scene tape. And then we just basically, we kept everybody out of the scene that had no business to be in the scene. If someone had pulled into the parking lot, we politely asked them to leave the parking lot. we basically just kept everybody away from the scene.
How is it determined how big of an area to tape off when you're taping off a scene?
At this scene, we just started taping, actually. We just tried to get as much area as we possibly could taped off.
And though it may seem obvious, can you explain to us the purpose of taping off a scene area?
Just to keep the public and keep anybody outside that doesn't belong in the scene, to keep them outside of the scene and to preserve any evidence that is inside the scene.
So it limits contaminating the area?
Yes.
Okay. Once that area was taped off, did yourself and other law enforcement officers begin processing that scene?
We did.
And can you tell us what's the first step of processing a crime scene?
Photographing it, and which is what we did immediately.
When a crime scene is photographed, are there just numerous photos that are taken?
Yes.
And during that photographing process, was Melody rolled over so that her body could be photographed from all angles?
Ms. Hoffman wasn't rolled over until the medical examiner arrived, at which point we did roll her over. But yes, it was photographed after we rolled her over.
Once Melody was rolled over, did you make any additional observations that were relevant or pertinent to your investigation?
We observed more injuries on Ms. Hoffman.
What were the extent of those injuries?
You could see that where she appeared to almost have been strangled, like ligature marks on her neck and markings on her wrist and ankles as well.
Do you recall seeing any injuries to her face?
I'm just trying to think. If there was, they're not sticking out to me.
In the position rolled over, face up, do you recall seeing any blood?
If there was, it was very little blood, nothing that would stick out to me as being a large amount of blood.
Were there any evidentiary items that were located near or around Ms. Hoffman's body?
So we found a necklace that was laying near her, and we also found a piece of pink cloth that was laying near her. And I believe we found a cigarette and a blister pack for a pill. I don't believe we gathered those as evidence. I don't know if those had anything to do with the case or not. But those are the four things that stick out to me.
The necklace that was found, was she wearing that necklace?
No, it was laying on the grass next to her.
Do you specifically recall any pieces of jewelry being worn by Melody?
Ms. Hoffman did have a class ring on her hand.
Deputy, I would like to show you what have previously been marked as State's Exhibits 6A through 6U.
Okay, so just in case they show any, crime scene photos or evidence photos of her body or anything, just be on alert, just in case. You never know.
Are they on your screen, Judge?
Yeah,
Okay.
just on your screen.
Hey,
Do you
Gail.
recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
Hey, Gail.
And
Yeah,
are
we're in
they
verdict
photos
watch
that
still.
were taken at the scene at Lily Pond?
Those are all photos that I would have taken.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers 6A through 6U.
Any objection to Exhibits 6A through 6U? No objection. Exhibits 6A through 6U are admitted.
And may I have permission to publish photographs, Your Honor?
You may do so. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready when you are. Deputy, starting first with State's Exhibit 6A, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
So this area here would be the parking lot to the Lily Lake. This is a bicycle trail that goes all the way around the Lily Lake. This would be the pavilion, the picnic area for the Lily Lake. This is the shoreline, and right there is going to be Miss Hoffman's body.
And in State's Exhibit 6B, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photo and from what vantage point?
So here, I'm actually going to be to the east of Miss Hoffman, looking back to the west. This is going to be Middle Amana, and this is going to be the Lily Lake. The pavilion would actually be over here on your right. It's out of the photo, and then there again is Miss Hoffman's body.
And 6C?
I'm actually going to be looking south across the Lily Lake, or southwest across the Lily Lake. This is going to be Whirlpool Manufacturing back here, the Lily Lake, and then this is going to be the shoreline. So I would actually be standing about where the pavilion, or right in front of the pavilion is where I would be standing.
When photographs are taken at a crime scene, is there an approach to taking those photographs where you start from a distance and work your way in?
Yes, so this one I did. I started from a distance. I took photographs of various angles, and then I slowly worked my way into the body.
What's the purpose of that?
Just to try to catch any evidence that you may see, further away or further closer, just more to look for different types of evidence.
Does it also assist when you go back and look at photos to give you perspective on where things are?
Absolutely.
Okay. 6D, what are we seeing here?
You're going to see Miss Hoffman's body. I would actually going to be to the northeast of her, looking at her body, and then this is going to be the shoreline to the Lily Lake right here, and then obviously the Lily Lake.
And 6E?
We're moving closer into Miss Hoffman's body. These items here, these are actually monitor pads that the ambulance put on her. But then we're just moving closer. So I'm standing to the east of her, taking a photo of her facing more to the west.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in 6F?
Yes, so this is just an overall view of Miss Hoffman's back and the slashing marks. And she does appear to have some stab wounds, these 2 stab wounds here. And then there's this piece of pink cloth down here that we did gather as evidence as well.
The condition of Ms. Hoffman's undergarments, is this the condition that she was found in when you arrived?
Yes.
And the position of her body, was this the position that she was in when you arrived?
Yes.
And again, these blue and white items, one on the right shoulder, on the right rib area, and up on this shoulder, those were placed there by medical personnel?
Correct.
(6G).
Once again, it's just another overall view of Miss Hoffman, just from a different side.
From this angle or from this vantage point, were you able to observe?
Yes, here would be another one. So you have there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then those would be what I would consider a stab wound.
6H.
Just a close-up imagery of her back.
And though it may seem apparent, these straight linear marks on the body, those defects, were those wounds or injuries as well?
Yes, to me it would almost be like a slashing or a chopping or cutting type injury.
And earlier when you referred to slashing injuries, were these the injuries that you were referencing?
Yes.
(6I).
At this point, we're just taking photos of the stab wound here and using a tape measure for reference to show the size of the actual wound.
And so that tape measure gives you perspective on the size of that stab wound there?
Correct. And the same one here as well, just using the tape measure to show perspective of the size of the injury.
In 6J, because we're zoomed in, it's difficult to tell which part of the body this is. The black item here, is this the bra or underwear?
That would be her bra.
And 6K, what are we looking at here?
This is going to be her right hand, and the reason I took this is that the cuts on her fingers would, to me, would almost be like a defensive injury, where she was holding her hands up or something. But the primary focus of this photo would be the cuts on her hand right here.
6L, what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is just going to
What happened?
When you,
Apparently they lost
that
the
was
feed for a
on
second.
Melody Hoffman when you came into contact with her. Is that ring present in 6L?
I haven't heard that
I
either,
believe
Nicole.
that is the ring, yes.
Ugh.
6M, can you tell us what we're focused on in this picture?
It's kind of hard to see, but there's actually the injuries on her ankles here. And then,
Will you dim the lights for me, please? Does that help?
that does help. Thank
Okay.
you. The injuries to her ankles here, and then also you can almost see as if these lines here, and that's what we are focusing on.
What did those lines that you're referencing indicate
To
to you?
me, I mean, as if maybe her ankles had been bound at some point.
Six N, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
That is just a homemade tattoo of a heart. I believe it's a heart. We used that, we photographed that because at this point in the investigation, we still had not identified her. So we were taking photos of any type of tattoos or anything that could help identify Ms. Hoffman.
Were there any injuries that you were able to also observe in the photo of 6N?
Yes, there's going to be these injuries right here around her hands. That to me appeared to almost as if her arms had been bound, her hands had been bound as well.
The darker mark just above that tattoo that you referenced, did that appear to be an injury or was that just?
Yes, ma'am, that's also an injury.
Six O, what are we seeing in this photograph?
Here again, the injuries to the hand, and then to the arm and wrist, and then also the tattoo of the heart. But these are the injuries right here.
So this is the same arm wrist area that we saw in the previous photo, just from a different angle of the arm.
Yes.
6P, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
That is going to be the class ring that ultimately we use to identify who the female was.
And can you tell us how that ring was used to identify her?
Yes, so once we took the ring off, on the inside of the ring was the name engraved of Melody Hoffman. And we performed a record search through the Iowa driver's license system, and we were able to obtain a photograph of Melody Hoffman, and that is how we identified her.
Six Q, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be Miss Hoffman after we had rolled her over. This is just an image of her face.
Is there anything, well, what we see in the nose area, would that be blood?
That is a little bit of blood there, yes.
You also testified for us, Deputy, that when you rolled her over, you were able to observe additional ligature marks. Can you tell us where you saw those?
So they're actually going to be right in this area here. Here's a small one of them. I believe there should be more photos where I actually move her head a little bit and you can see those markings better.
And is that what we're seeing in 6R?
Yes, it's going to be these marks right here.
6S, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
That is going to be this small piece of pink clothing that I pointed out earlier. This is going to be her right breast, and then this is going to be her right arm.
In this photograph, is she still in a face-down photo?
Yes.
And so when you see this and photograph it, is it also something that's collected from the scene?
Yes, that piece of pink clothing was collected.
Six T is a little difficult to see, but can you tell us what we're focusing on here?
Yep, right here, it's very hard to see, but this is actually the necklace that we recovered at the scene. Here's one piece, one end, and then there's the other, and it goes in this shape right here. But that is going to be the necklace that we collected at the scene.
6U, is that the same necklace?
That is the same necklace. At this point, we had picked it up. I laid it on the paper bag and photographed it just so that way it could be seen better rather than in the grass.
While at the scene, did investigators add anything to her body?
No. We did put paper bags on her hands, but that was the only thing we did to the body.
Tell us why paper bags are put on hands at crime scenes.
To preserve any type of evidence that may be under her fingernails, any DNA evidence. Also preserves any markings that would be on her hands or anything like that.
And so the paper bags that are put on the hands, do those paper bags remain there until the time of autopsy?
Yes.
Can you tell us, once the scene was, the processing of the scene was completed,
Hey, welcome back, Lauren.
what happened to Melody Hoffman at that point?
She was transported to the state crime lab in Ankeny for an autopsy.
And the state crime lab in Ankeny, is that typically where autopsies are performed?
For our agency, yes.
Once the scene was cleared, Ms. Hoffman removed, did you perform any canvassing in the area?
I did. I went to spoke to a couple of the individuals that actually live across the Lily Lake in the middle Amana side.
And when we use the term canvassing, what's that mean?
I knocked on a few doors and just asked them if they noticed anything throughout the night or early in the morning that would be suspicious or that might raise alarm to them.
Through your canvassing efforts, was there anything that you gained that was important to your investigation?
No, nothing super important. The only one was I had spoken to an individual named Dan and Angela Ray, and they informed me that they are...
Objection, hearsay?
Sustained.
The information that you got from the Rays, did you do anything with that information?
No.
Okay. So after having received it, did you make a determination that this wasn't essential to your investigation?
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, Cherie.
I don't have any additional questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross? State can call its next witness.
State calls Corey Grote, Your Honor. I thought he was at 11. Okay. May we approach, Judge?
You may.
Sorry.
Sidebar City. There's a close-up of his fingernails.
All right, jurors, I'm told that our next subpoenaed witness is not subpoenaed until 1 o'clock. So we're going to take our lunch early today. Instead of lunching from 12 to 1:30, we're going to go from 11:30 till 1. And so I'm going to recess at this time. Please remember the admonition I've given you. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch.
Oh, hey, Chaloon. You heard me talking about your dreads. That picture was so cute. It was so cute. How are you doing, girl? Friend. All right, so they're taking their lunch. So, they said they were supposed to be back at 1. Well, oh, they're an hour behind. Aha. Aha, aha. All right. Well, they'll be back in about a half an hour then, apparently. Pork chop time, right, P. Lola? I know, Cherie. I'm like, why in the world are you letting them grow that long? I mean, if you're doing it on purpose, okay. But if not, if they ain't giving you no fingernail clippers in jail to cut your nails, then bite them off. Ugh. Sheila Keene Warren. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if they're allowed to have them that long or not. Yeah, it's an ick for me too. Toxic says, wish we could have seen the photos, but then again, that's me. I want to see everything the jury sees. Sorry, I keep having little coughing tickles. Ugh. No, Spins, hey girl, no update yet. Well, they did come back, earlier today. Hold on a minute, this tickle is driving me crazy. QB mentioned something about cough pearls. I'm like, what are cough pearls? And she said they're magical little cough syrup filled pills or something. I don't know. I ain't never heard nothing about them. But anyway, I'm going to have to check into that. So, they came back a while ago with basically a hung jury, Spins, but the judge made them go back to deliberate some more. So we'll see what happens later today. Spin says, Lauren, where have you been all my life? Miss King says, I would have liked to have seen the pictures of the lake and area he was talking about. Yeah, I would have too. I would have too. And I'm not going to lie, I'm also one that likes to see crime scene photos. I'm the weirdo. But sometimes I don't want to see them, depending on the situation, you know? Lawrence has been very busy, Spins, but I'm here now. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you're here, even if it's for a little bit. Hold on, I'm checking out some tweets from... I don't know, Sherry. I need to ask QB. I don't know if they were... I don't know if they were like prescription or what. I didn't see that one, Cordelia. Chaloon, this one, she said, I just caught myself up on this trial. She was dumped in a lake. Well, apparently she was dumped at a lake, but not in the water. Just in the grassy area next to the lake, apparently. Right, Spins? I've never heard of cough pearls before. Like, what in the world? I have no idea. Yeah, you mentioned that last week, Cordelia. I had the story of that one, the Cheyenne Harris, but I haven't seen it. No worries, Chaloon. Oh, the cough pearls are prescription? Okay. The Chaloon, this is a tough one. This is going to be a tough one. Spam. Call, man. Nicole said, my son just got them yesterday from the ER. And yes, they are prescription only that I have seen. Margaret said, Tessalon peeled pearls. You get a prescription, they work great. I'm going to have to get a prescription for them. Toxic said, I think they're like Hall's cough drops, just gave him the pearls. No, these actually are like they're a pill that they're. I looked them up. I googled them, but they're like a gel cap, like a teeny little round gel cap. I guess that's why they call them pearls. But they kind of look like or remind me of like the little bitty, teeny tiny, like vitamin E oil caps. You know what I mean? That's what they look like. Yeah, she said they're a miracle med. I need some of that. Margaret said my phone hates my intestines. QB should get a commission, right? Margaret says you were a game changer last time I had a cold. I was, or the pearls were, ma'am. I'm pretty sure you meant they were a game changer. There you go. There you go, Margaret. Margaret fixed it. Right, Nicole? They should be over the counter. She says they're wonderful. I've been on them numerous times. Too bad they don't have them over the counter. I need them over the counter. Oh, really, Gail? She says when my mom had pneumonia, they gave her those, and she was finally able to sleep. They don't have codeine in them, do they? Because that stuff, ugh. Miss King said Amazon has some. I bet they're not prescription strength, though. Who knows? Maybe I can't imagine that they would have them on Amazon, though, if they're prescription. Opioid free. Good. No codeine. No, I need to check them out. I know that, like, I started using Flonase. I don't usually like using that just because it's just, ugh. I can't stand squirting anything up my nose. But I started using that again just the last couple of days. But I don't know. The cough is just irritating the snot out of me. I really think that it is the blood pressure medicine because it said that one of the side effects is a dry, hacky cough. Toxic said this is going to be easy listening trial, I think. Perfect to diamond paint too. You know what? Toxic QB told me that you diamond paint, ma'am. What? You guys, Toxic is just some random person that popped into our chat one day. And she's a diamond painter. The vast majority of the people in the chat either diamond paint or they know about it because we all talk about it so much. We do all talk about it quite a bit. Oh, Lord. Oh, I see that now about the killer clown murderer who delivered flowers and balloons to husband's then wife before shooting her in the face gets released from prison. Lord have mercy. Oh, Pickled. Hey, Pickled Bird. She says, I'm always listening because I'm cleaning something, going through a drawer. Toxic says she also crochets. I'm just finishing up with my diamond painting square drills. Nice. I'm working on a square drilled one too. Not like at this second, but I have one that I've been working on that's square drill. Oh, Chaloon's like, I crocheted all day yesterday. Hey, Toxic, in your, I don't know that you do, but in your, Discord, as the gavel drops Discord, do you have a crafty section in there or not? Yeah, square drills can be harder on your hands compared to round drills because you have to really push to get them in there, and you have to twist them just so, get your pin to twist them just so. Round drill is much easier, but oh, yay, Pickled Bird said she got a diamond painting going. It's about half done. Look at you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, yes, we do. It's in cell block H. Okay, nice. Nice. That reminds me. Let me grab. Where did I put that? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Copy. Oh, and you just bought a bunch for $2? Nice, Pickled Bird. Kylie's mom diamond paints too. She said, now you guys, I'm getting a call from the school. Hold on a minute. Might be kiddo. All right, you guys, I'm going to leave this playing, and I'm going to have to leave the other stream playing as well. I have to go pick kiddo up from school because she's running a fever. I told y'all at the first of the stream this morning. Yeah, something's not right. I'm going to have to get her into the doctor again and see what's going on. So, but yeah. So I'm going to have to go put some real clothes on, go get my child, and I will try to be back before something happens, but I can't guarantee it. So, okay. I'm going to leave the streams up and running. If they end, that's okay. If something, I mean, it is what it is, right? Kiddos come first. So I love you guys, but I'll be back. Okay. And if I get a chance, I don't think I will though, because I'll just have to run straight in and grab her and then right back out. And I don't text while I'm driving. So anyway, I'll just keep both streams going. Hopefully they'll be back from lunch here in 15, 20 minutes. And hopefully they don't come back with a verdict before I get back on Ferris. So I'll see you when I get back. Bye.
Hey y'all. Can y'all hear me? Trying to see if I can it's a it's a QB takeover. Oh yay, you can hear me. Yay. Hi y'all. It's a QB takeover. Y'all have to deal with my you have to deal with my bleh. Um so I'm sorry. I'm I'm a little bit of a mess. Um hey y'all. How you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I checked with Jenny to see if yeah, Jenny's quick, right, Chaloon? She got there fast. I checked with Jenny to see if she wanted me to jump up here and just keep y'all company. So here we are. And I'm probably gonna sneeze because that's what I do. Hey Michelle, I'm glad you're feeling better. I heard earlier that you were having some issues. I'm glad you're at least starting to come out of it. I know it takes a while to yeah, you can have your seizures. I'll keep my cooties. My cooties M likes to share. I told her that we don't need to do that, and she said, "Let's go to the beach." And I'm like, "I'm going to bed." So but anyways, I heard Jenny talking about the pearls earlier. So it's not the C thing. Actually, I have all the things. I have a sinus infection, ear infection, chest trying to go into bronchitis, um, all the things. So thanks, Lauren. I'm glad to see you in here. I'm glad to see you, Michelle, too. We were worried about you. I know it takes a while to get back. So look, Shalene, I go big or go home. Like that zombies, right? I am an overachiever. I am an overachiever. I called her earlier. She goes, "What's up?" I said, "I just wanted you to hear how cruddy I sound." Anyways, sorry. I don't mean to hack in y'all's ear. Um, so anyways, I cannot control her feed. I think I could probably knock it down, but then I don't know if I could put it back up. So I don't know if I'm gonna mess with. Oh, they're coming back. He's tired. I have no idea what's going on. I was at the doctor. He's not saying nothing. Oh, like that clock is everything though, isn't it? I love the clock. I love the clock. Um, I love y'all. I love y'all. I miss y'all. My ears hurt, y'all. My ears hurt so bad. Um, yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. That's what everybody says. They're like, "Oh, you're sick again," and I'm like, "Me, yeah, yeah." It's an autoimmune thing. We catch everything. He's talking, but we can't hear you, sir. Love you, Lauren. Love you. He's talking, but I can't hear him. Oh no, Gail. Yeah, Saloon, it will. It will kick your butt. That's why I can't get the flu. I can't get the flu shot because if they're swearing people in, we can't hear nobody. Hey, toxic. I feel like crap. Why are they, sir? You see that red thing on the microphone? That means we can't hear nobody's. You see, you see the red? How are you doing, toxic? I've been worried about you. Oh, you know what? Oh, nope, there it is.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
You reference yourself as a sergeant detective. Are those two different titles?
Detective is what I'm assigned to do. Sergeant is my ranking
How long have you been a sergeant?
since 2016.
And can you tell us what it takes to be promoted into the sergeant's position?
It's up to the command staff.
Was that an interview process?
Yes.
Do you need a certain educational background?
I know they've changed it over the years. I think it's either I think it's a 2-year degree.
What's your educational background?
I attended the University of Northern Iowa and graduated there with a bachelor's degree.
And then you said you were assigned as a detective.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a specific, the word that's coming to my mind is bureau, but is there a specific set of crimes that you do detective work on, or?
No, we're just assigned zones. The county's split up into 4 zones. So whatever crimes happen in our particular, each detective's zones, we're responsible for those crimes.
What zone are you assigned to?
Zone 3,
And what area does that cover?
it's the southwest portion of the county. It would include Palo, Fairfax, and Walford.
Has that always been your zone?
Yeah.
Detective Grote, did you become involved in the homicide investigation of Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
And when you became involved in that, was that in your capacity as a detective?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
On February 19th of this year,
And tell us how that came to be.
I received a phone call about 1 p.m. in the afternoon that day from my supervisor, Lieutenant Dave Buter. He had informed me that a deceased female had been located in Iowa County, and that they had information that she had possibly been in Morgan Creek Park. He asked that I go there along with a couple other detectives to check the area for any evidence that could be related to that case.
So after you received that call from Lieutenant Buter, did you then go to Morgan Creek Park?
I did.
Is the Morgan Creek Park that you're referring to in Lynn County?
Yes.
Was there a specific area within the park that you were asked to focus your attention on?
It was I believe it was the first parking lot, just as you come into the park off of E Avenue Northwest.
Do you know why you were asked to focus on that specific area?
Just very generally speaking.
Okay.
Basically, they had maybe location data from some type of device that belonged to the female victim, was the way I understood it. And that's where it showed that it was at.
And so when you arrived at Morgan Creek Park, did you start your search of that first parking lot area?
I did not. I drove past there and just kind of did a overall drive. It's kind of a large driveway area. There's a number of different like separate parking lots, and then I eventually came back to that first parking lot that they were referring to, and I think when that happened, Sergeant Eric Lear was there, and then Sergeant Tim Payne was there as well.
When you went down this, I think you described it as like a long driveway into the park, were there areas down and along that driveway or other areas of the park that you also searched?
Yeah, there's a large playground area, a large pavilion. There is, like I said before, multiple different separate parking lots, and then there's also a off-leash dog park there as well.
Can you tell me or tell us when you were doing the search of these areas, what's the search entail? What's it look like?
We were just looking for anything that may be connected to the victim in Iowa County. So basically anything that could look out of place, or maybe some blood evidence or clothing, or pretty much anything, personal belongings.
I know you named a couple of other sergeants that were involved. Do you recall how many of you were out there doing that?
There's 3 of us.
And approximately how long did you guys spend doing this search?
Probably 2.5 hours, somewhere in between 2 and 3 hours.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found at the park during this search?
No.
While out in that area, did you attempt to locate surveillance cameras or anything of that nature?
So that's a newer area, I think, within the past couple years, but they do not have any cameras at that location.
So you did attempt to find out if there were surveillance cameras?
Yeah, I was already aware from previous investigations that the new playground park area does not have surveillance cameras.
Where'd you go after you left Morgan Creek Park?
Sergeant Payne and myself were then asked to go to the Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. I think he had sent Tim Payne a couple receipts that were located in a suspect vehicle during a search warrant.
And those receipts showed purchases made from the southwest side Walmart?
Correct.
Were you guys in possession of or sent at some point copies of those receipts to take with you out there?
Yeah, I think that came through through a text message.
So then did you go straight to Walmart from there?
As I recall, yeah.
Who'd you meet with at Walmart to assist in this part of your investigation?
It was the loss prevention employee, Tyler Heggie.
And did you ask Tyler to help you collect or find surveillance video from within Walmart at the time that correlated with those receipts?
Yeah, we would have provided him, either shown him the receipts or provided him the date and time of each transaction.
The first receipt, and I say first chronologically, but what was the
Sorry,
date
y'all. I
of
thought I
those
was
receipts?
muted.
It was February 17th at 2:56 p.m.
2024?
Yes,
And so you say at 2:56 p.m., so the receipt also had a timestamp on it?
correct.
Can you recall, or do you have recollection of what was purchased during that February 17th, 2:56 p.m. trip?
I didn't at that time. The description, from the description, I couldn't tell what it was, but I later found that it was a digital doorknob.
And when you reviewed the video from the date and the time that was stamped on the receipt that was recovered, were you able to see who was making the purchase?
Yes,
And who made the purchase of that digital doorknob?
it was the defendant, McKinley Louisma.
And just to be clear, is he in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you point him out, describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
It's the gentleman sitting in the light blue long sleeve button-up shirt.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect, this witness did identify the defendant.
It will.
The second receipt, chronologically, when was it dated and time stamped?
February 17th at 22:06 or 10:06 p.m.
And was the loss prevention employee, Tyler, was he also able to assist in pulling video from the store at the time of that purchase?
Yes.
Did you view those videos?
I did.
Can you tell us what you observed from those videos?
For both of them?
For the videos related to the 10:06 p.m. purchase.
Okay. So there were 4 videos. One would have been at the in the parking lot, showing the vehicle of the 3 people that were related to this specific transaction. Then there was an overhead shot at the self-checkout showing the purchase itself and the 3 individuals who were there. And then there was 2 other clips up at the front of the store, so past the point of sale registers, 2 different clips of them leaving or exiting the store.
And so when you're discussing these different clips and the location of these cameras, there were multiple cameras that were recording simultaneously during this time?
Correct.
And those different cameras would pick the defendant up throughout the store?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain from your review of these different camera angles what the defendant was shopping for or what purchases he made in the store?
Yes, for that evening purchase at 2206, it was for 2 machetes and 2 pairs of coated gloves.
And what's a coated glove?
I believe it's just a nylon glove that has kind of maybe a rubber coating.
And you saw that on camera?
Yes.
Did you also confirm that with the itemized list of items on the receipt?
Correct.
As you were viewing these different camera angles on the surveillance, were you able to take some screenshots from those surveillance videos?
I did not take any screenshots. I believe it was probably somebody with the Marion Police Department. We just forwarded the video in its entirety, the video clips, to the Marion Police Department.
Okay. Have you, since having retrieved the videos, seen the screenshots that were taken from the surveillance videos that were collected?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to show this witness State's Exhibits 7A through 7P, please. And I'm just going to go through them quickly. Detective Grote, do you recognize these photos from the surveillance video that was collected?
Yes.
And were these screenshots of video that was taken on the 17th of February, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers 7A through 7P.
Any objection to 7A through 7P? No objection. Exhibits 7A through 7P are admitted.
And may the state have permission to publish those exhibits, Judge?
You may.
Detective Grote, firstly, I want to there's a laser pointer up there if there's something that you want to draw our attention to. Okay. In State's Exhibit 7A, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the sporting goods section at the Southwest Side Walmart. The 3 individuals on the clip, the one with the stocking cap, the white male with the stocking cap on the right side is Dakota Van Patten.
Would that be this person?
Yes.
Okay.
The subject to his right is Logan Kimpton, and then the male directly behind him is McKinley Louisma.
And in 7B, what are we seeing here?
McKinley Louisma.
Is that the same aisle that was seen in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And in 7C, what are we seeing?
Dakota Van Patten.
7D?
The same 3 individuals. The first one, Van Patten, then Kimpton, then Louisma.
And in State's Exhibit 7E, what camera angle are we looking at here?
So this is above the self-checkout register.
And are you able from this angle to recognize the party shown in this photograph?
I can, just because I've reviewed the video clip.
Okay. Who is the person in the bottom right-hand corner?
McKinley Louisma?
And the person in the middle, is this just the Walmart employee?
Correct.
And whose shoe and hand in a pocket is seen on the left bottom side of this screen?
I believe that's Dakota Van Patten's.
Excuse me. 7F, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
The purchase for the 2 machetes. There's 2 machetes there, and then the same three individuals.
The person seen in the middle now, who is this?
Logan Kimpton.
And in 7G?
So that is Logan Kimpton's right hand inserting a $20 bill.
After you had an opportunity to review the video, did the $20 bill come out of the defendant's wallet?
Yes.
And in 7H, is this the second machete that was being purchased? As the other one's in his left hand?
Yes.
Speaking of 7H, there were items seen in this gray bag. Were those items selected from the store by the defendant or the 2 others that were with him?
No.
How did they get in that bag?
We had gone back to Walmart the second day for a few other things and were asked by Marion investigators to inquire as to how those 2 items got in the bag. In reviewing the video at the store, there was a Walmart associate who was at the register just prior to this transaction. It appears that she rang those 2 items up and then got distracted by either a text or a phone call on her phone and walked off, leaving, I believe, like a flavored water and a box of cookies in that bag.
And 7I, what are we looking at here?
That shows McKinley Louisma holding both machetes, and he has his wallet out, I believe. I take that back. I think those are the coated gloves in his left hand.
And in 7J, are you able to confirm that in his left hand it is the coated gloves?
Yes.
What are we seeing in 7K?
They just left the self-checkout. McKinley Louisma has the gray sweatpants, dark colored hoodie, and red shoes. And then to the left, individual with the stocking cap on is Dakota Van Patten, and the subject that you can barely see is in front of him is Logan Kimpton.
And the 3 individuals that you just referenced, are they also shown in 7L?
Yes.
Shorter one is Kimpton,
Yes.
stocking cap, Dakota Van Patten,
Yes.
and this gentleman to the left with the red shoes is Louisma.
Yes.
And in 7M, is that a continuation of them leaving the store?
Yes.
Who's carrying the machetes in these photographs?
McKinley Louisma has the bag.
And the 2 long items, are those the machetes?
Correct.
When you say that McKinley Louisma has the bag, did that bag, when they left, also contain that flavored water and that package of cookies?
Yes.
7N, what camera angle are we seeing in this photograph?
It's the parking lot.
Same 3 individuals?
Yes.
On the left, is this Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
And is McKinley Louisma the subject on the right?
Yes.
And then Logan Kimpton in the middle?
Yes.
And in 7-0, what are we seeing?
They're getting into a dark colored sedan.
When you say dark colored, are you able to tell what color that vehicle is?
It looks blue.
May.
Hey y'all, while they're approaching. Yeah, Morgana, I missed most of this morning when I was at the doctor, but from what I understand, I can't say any of these names, but the guy that's on trial had a relationship with the girl, and then him and his friend Dakota decided they were going to, I don't know why, I don't know what the reasoning was, but they were going to um assault her. And then there was something about they put her in the trunk and then threw her in a lake later. Oh, who's whispering? I was gonna try to see if I could swap the feed to my feed so I could pause it, but I'm afraid to do it because if I cut Jenny's off, she's not there to put it back. So then we might just be hanging out. So, I'm not gonna do that. But welcome, Morgana. I'm glad that you figured out that we're over here, not over there. Yeah, but I wasn't staring at a screen. I'm just saying. Love you. I did not mean to hack in y'all's ear earlier. I thought I was muted. I really want to play around with things, but I'm afraid I'm gonna mess it up. Jenny won't be here, and then I'll have messed up the whole thing because you all know I'm not the professional. Jenny is a professional. We are unsupervised. Yeah, I could I could stream this to my channel. What? What? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Did you at least get through? Y'all ain't talking politics, but if you haven't voted, go voted. Go voted? Wow.
Go ahead.
It, oh, go ahead.
I think we talked about 7-0. I'm going to move on to 7P. Same people, same car in the same parking lot.
Yes.
Was there anything, will you clear my screen, Judge? Other than being tasked with searching of the Morgan Creek Park.
Hey, Rich, welcome in. Glad to see you.
Of videos and investigation done with the videos at the Southwest Walmart. Was there anything in addition that you did as part of this investigation?
We went to a couple other places to try to obtain video.
So just some canvassing?
Yeah.
Okay. And to be clear, was there any video found at those other places that you went to that was relevant to your investigation?
We had gotten a video clip from the BP in Walford of a dark colored sedan that looked similar to the one at Walmart from that evening purchase, but that was all.
The BP that was obtained from, was that BP selected because it was on the path to the Lily Pond area?
Correct. I had gotten information, or one of the detectives had gotten information from the Marion police department and specifically wanted us to check that BP.
I don't have any additional questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
Let's go back and talk about your work at Morgan Creek Park, please, okay?
Okay.
You went there and arrived at sometime in the afternoon, is that right?
Yeah, it would have been shortly after 1 p.m.
Daylight.
Yes.
Your information was that Melody had been there very early that morning, is that correct?
I don't remember receiving a specific time.
And you were directed to concentrate on a particular parking lot, is that your recollection?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that may have evidentiary value?
Correct.
You were not the only one searching, correct?
No, there was 2 others.
3 total.
To my recollection, yes.
Now, do you recall, let's say from midnight that morning until when you were there in the afternoon, had it rained?
I don't recall.
Had it snowed?
I don't know.
You spent 2.5 to 3 hours searching that area?
Approximately, yeah.
And you didn't know exactly what you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
But one of the things you mentioned keeping an eye out for was blood, is that right?
Yes.
In the hours that you 3 were out there, you did not locate anything that appeared to be of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Detective. Nothing else.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor, I want to, Detective Grote, ask you just a couple more follow-up questions about that video scene from the BP gas station.
Okay.
When you saw the blue sedan at the BP gas station, did that vehicle ever stop at the BP?
If it did, it was very brief. It entered the parking lot, pulled up to one of the the first gas pump that it came to, and then it kind of slow rolled and then left.
No one ever got out?
No.
And when you were watching the video clip from the BP with that blue sedan pulling up, slow rolling, driving off, was there any, did you see any law enforcement vehicles or officers visible in that video at the time?
No.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Cross.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Trevor Weiss.
Sir, if you please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
If you would please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Trevor Weiss, Trevorweis.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Weiss, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? First of all, how old are you?
I'm 30. July 8th, 94. I was born in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Born and raised here. I work at Lebowski's in Robbins, Iowa. I live in Tower Terrace Trailer Court. I got a dog. Spend most of my time with him. Other than that, work, sleep, and take care of the dog.
All right. The dog's name?
Dash.
What kind of dog is it?
Black lab mix.
So just you and your dog live at the
Yes, sir.
trailer? What's the address of that trailer you guys have?
2728 Morning Dove Lane.
What city is that in?
Hiawatha, Iowa. 52233.
What's the name of the trailer park?
Tower Terrace Trailer Court.
How long have you lived there?
I've been there for a year.
You said you work at a place called Lebowski's, and I think you're wearing the gear right now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about Lebowski's. What's that?
It's a bar and grill in Robbins. I've been there 4 years. I'm a cook. I make food for the people of the surrounding area, and that's about it.
You been a cook the whole time you've been there?
Yes, sir.
What kind of hours do you work?
I work mainly night. Monday, Tuesday, I work from 3:30 to 8 o'clock-ish on Monday, and Tuesday, I work from 5 to close. Wednesday, Thursday off. Friday, I work during the day. Friday is 11 to 4, and then Saturday's 5 to 11, and then I work all day Sunday from 10 to about 8 o'clock.
How many hours does that add up to?
I mean, bi-weekly, it's about like 32, 35, and on a 2-week check, it's about 62, 65.
Is that pretty much the standard hours that you work then weekly?
Yes, sir. My schedule doesn't change, and it hasn't changed.
Have you always been a cook out there?
Yes, sir.
What's the best thing to get at Lebowski's?
The dude fries.
Good to know. Were you working at Lebowski's back on February 17th and 18th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
So February 17th was a Saturday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, what shift were you working that Saturday?
5 to 11.
Is 11 o'clock basically close time?
It is close time, yep.
Shifting gears a little bit, do you know a gentleman by the name of McKinley Louisma?
I don't know him by McKinley, but I know him by Ken.
Okay. Do you see Ken in the courtroom today?
I do, sitting right there.
Could you describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue shirt, wearing black pants.
Is the gentleman over here by his attorneys?
Yes, sir.
May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant, Your Honor.
It will.
Trevor, how would you describe your relationship, if any, with Ken back around February 17th of 2024?
I met him through my mom, which she lived right around the corner at the time. He was just a ride to work. He'd come pick me up. He'd drop me off. Basic to minimal communication, nothing out of sort.
Said you met him through your mom. Who's your
Correct.
mom?
My mom is Patricia Bascom.
Trevor, sometimes when I ask questions, I pause a little bit before I'm done, so if you don't mind, kind of wait until I finish. I'll try to do better at that.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll talk over each other. Where's your mom live?
She lives out by Prairie now, but she moved from that address.
Did she live out by you in that trailer court back in February?
Correct.
And who did she live with?
Alan, which is her boyfriend, and that's about it.
At some point in time, was the defendant living over there with her?
Yeah,
Staying
Ken
there?
and his girlfriend at the time.
Remember his girlfriend's name?
I do not.
So round about February 17th and 18th of this year, was Ken and his girlfriend also living with your mom, Patty?
Correct, yeah.
Remember the name of the street they lived on?
It's right around the corner. I don't remember.
Is there a Hummingbird Lane out there?
Yeah, it's right around the corner. Yep, Hummingbird Lane.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Logan Kimpton?
That's my nephew.
So if he's your nephew, then would he be Patty's grandson?
Correct.
Did he also live there or stay there at the time?
He was bouncing back and forth. I didn't really keep too much tabs on him.
Did you have any contact with the defendant on the evening of February 17th, 2024?
Yeah,
Can you tell us how you came into contact with him?
I needed a ride home from work, and he came and picked me up. So after I got off, I got in the car with him. He drove me from Lebowski's. We went down the main street there in Robbins. Then we went over the bridge and took a left on Robbins Road. And then as soon as went down a little ways, then took a right onto Tower Terrace, and then went straight from there, and then the roundabout, and then straight, and then took a right onto Morning Dove, and then dropped me off.
About how long a ride is that?
It's about 8 minutes car ride.
How did you arrange for him to pick you up that night?
I messaged him. Yeah.
Was he agreeable to give you a ride?
Yes, sir.
Is that something he would do for you on occasion?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember approximately what time he picked you up or arrived at your workplace?
About 10:30.
You said 11 o'clock was closed, right?
11 o'clock is closed, yep. But he arrived a little early, 10:30, 10:45-ish. And I got done around 10:58 that night.
You said they. Was there somebody with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Dakota Van Patten.
When the defendant and Dakota Van Patten arrived at Lebowski's to pick you up early, did you make contact with him and tell him that, you needed more time or anything like that?
No, I just finished up my work and got my work done, and then got a ride home.
Did you know Dakota Van Patten before that day?
I did, but it was minimal communication before then.
Where
I
had
met
you
him
seen
through.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Where had you seen him before?
My mom's house on Hummingbird Lane.
Did you recognize him at first?
I did, yeah.
Did you figure out?
I'm back. I'm back. I hear QB's making soup.
Hi,
Back on
friend.
it. Hi, cutie. My little cutie
Echo.
QB.
Echo.
Okay. Hold on.
Ooh, Sarah Jones.
There, is that better?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. How's Jolie?
She seems okay. I mean, now this morning, like I said earlier in the first stream, the Ferris stream, I started out talking about how can she be on antibiotics for going on almost 10 days, and then she's got snot coming out of every orifice of her body, right? Like
Right.
it's everywhere. Her eyes, her nose. I mean, she woke up super snotty. Coughing still. It's a very croupy cough, like you can tell she's coughing junk up,
Hey, Cordelia.
But yeah, they called me. And when I told her, I said, "Do you want to stay home with mommy today, or do you want to go to school?" And she said she wanted to go to school. I said, "Okay." But I had a feeling. I'm like, they're going to call me. And I thought I was lucky because it was late when they called. But yeah, they called. I had to go get her. She said she had a fever of 100. Currently, she's not got a fever, but I checked her. And gave her Tylenol as soon as we got home.
Hey, Mickey
And
George.
hey, Mickey. Yeah. See, she has an ear infection.
I has an ear infection too.
Mm.
I was gonna say I heard you talking earlier about my pearls and
Your cough pearls, yeah.
my cough pearls and my I couldn't pause it, so I was wondering if I kicked your feed off and then did my own feed, like if I could do that, but I didn't know.
Oh, I
didn't
don't
want to
know.
mess it up.
I have no
I didn't want
idea.
to mess it up. But the Flonase is good for pushing the fluid out of your ears. She told me to get the Flonase and take the Flonase for my ears. Also with the antibiotics, she gave me I called Look, I called the pharmacy to see if the stuff was in, and she was like, "Ooh, you're sick." I was like, "Thanks," because I can tell by what they called in. So the pearls, look, listen, they're called the pearls because I call them Tesla pearls, but that ain't right. They're Teslum pearls. Anyways,
Yeah,
back in the day, they used to be white and they were round and they looked like little pearls. So they'd
that's
be
why they
like,
call them pearls.
yeah,
Okay.
that's why they call them pearls. So now they're kind of clear. They kind
Mhm.
of look like vitamin D or vitamin E or vitamin something.
Mhm.
Sometimes they're round, sometimes they're oblong. But when I tell y'all that whatever is in those Tesla, look, I ain't trying to say Tesla because, but anyways, Teslum, I think it's Teslum. Anyways, whatever's in them things they're like little miracle pills.
So, can you get them on Amazon or Walmart, or are they
Well,
prescription only?
no, they're prescription only. They have some that kind of say that they're the Teslum pearls. It's Tessalon, Tessalon pearls.
Tessalon, okay.
Yeah, it's also benzonutate. I can't say it. Anyways, but
Spins, hold on. She says, "How's Flonase supposed to help your ears? It goes in your nose." But like my daddy said, it's all connected.
it is all connected, and so it relieves the pressure and it allows the. I'm supposed to be on Flonase anyways. Laura, look,
Hey, Laura.
Laura's on the DL. Earlier, she was on one account. Now she's on a new account. Oh, God, enough ribbon that I need. I don't. Zombie, because you're you, ma'am, and I
No,
love you.
it's because subconsciously you want to go back to Walmart.
You want to go back to Walmart. So anyway, so those are the pearls. If y'all ever have like a hacky, barky, like that the baby
Me?
has,
Oh,
but I
oh,
don't
oh,
know
oh, 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 me. I'm being Horseshack
what.
from Welcome Back, Cotter.
Oh, okay. For what?
Oh wait, was that Horseshack? Because I
I
said,
think
"Oh,
so.
oh, 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 me,
Yeah.
me, me." I have the barky cough.
Yes. Yes. So you know what I mean. I'm just saying that they're amazing. So, anyways, I'm waiting. I was waiting, and they didn't fill it, so I'm waiting for Manchild to get up so he can go get my meds. Because I kind of feel like I'm dying.
Mm, I'm
Anyways,
sorry you're
so
sick.
it's okay. It's okay. Yes, that's exactly Morgana. Exactly. It messes with the nerves and uh me too, Sherry. She was all like ooh
Sorry.
ooh ooh ooh
Yeah.
ooh, and I was like what?
Yeah, no, no. Mm-mm.
I'm not dying. I'm not.
Well,
Ma'am,
you're right, Elizabeth. I told her to go too, and she's like, "I'm just gonna lay here and die and try to hold out till Monday."
I already
And
had
you
an
did
appointment
sound
for
like that.
Monday.
You did sound like
You
that.
always say that, and I do not sound like that. Y'all are mean, picking on me when I'm sick.
You know
And then
what? I love you. And
I
that
love
is
you.
my love language, picking on
Is
people.
it?
That's my love.
Is
Yeah,
it?
it
I
is.
know. If I
It
don't
is.
pick on you, you better just leave.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got to feel better because I'm coming to have first watch with you, Laura.
I know, Mickey, right? Didn't realize I couldn't take ibuprofen with my lisinopril, and I'm like,
Yeah, you
uh-oh.
got to watch that. Chlorocidin is the best medicine, cough medicine for high blood pressure. They have an HBP cough medicine.
Mhm.
Um,
We'll
I
get
do
back to
sound
this
like what?
trial
Like death?
momentarily.
I do sound like death. I sound like I'm dying and I can't hear nothing. It's ridiculous. Anyways, I'm gonna let y'all get back to this trial. I just jumped in to try to help out. The dude before had gum and was smacking it, and I almost had to pop him in his eye holes.
Mm.
Um,
Well, the defendant, have you seen his gnarly nails?
yeah, I'm not bringing Zobby. Zobby didn't bring me. She left me here. I might bring her. Um,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I know I went on and on and on and on, but the nails are killing me. His nails are killing me.
yeah, triple C's. What? I don't know. Um, yeah, anyways, also earlier I was behind. I thought you were talking, but then when I put you on my TV, you weren't talking, and I was like, "Excuse me, where's Jenny?" Because I hear her talking, but I was behind. Um, but you were saying you don't understand why you have the dry, hacky cough.
Mhm.
You know that little petri dish that you just went and picked up from school?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I was a smoker, and when I smoked cigarettes, I coughed my guts out all the time, right? Well,
Right.
when I quit smoking cigarettes and started vaping instead, the cough went away. I mean, I still have the little every once in a while naggy tickle, but nothing like when I smoked cigarettes, right? Well, since I got sick back a few weeks ago, y'all remember that ear and this everything on this side of my face, the pressure in my ears and my teeth and my jaw and all that. Um, Ever since then, and then I got sick with whatever flu or vid I had for 2 or 3 days that one weekend. It's been ever since, and I ain't quit.
Could be long COVID.
But I've read
I
that
did call Jolie a petri dish, and I love her. I love you. Ask Jenny. You ask Jenny how much I love that baby. I love that baby so much, but she is a petri dish.
she is, I ain't gonna lie, she is. But
I'm sorry, Jolie. I love you so much.
she's a
Um,
petri dish, that's for sure.
she's definitely a little petri dish. And I got my own little petri dish. She's
Mhm,
84.
mhm.
They go
Poor
back.
N.
They that and that woman. I called her and she's like, "What did the doctor say?" So I tell her all the things, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like, a whole Urkel moment. Did I do that? Yeah, ma'am, you did. And then she's like, "So do you want to go to the beach?"
No.
No, 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 no. Um,
Jolie is a germ. She's a whole germ. She's a cute germ. She's a very
she is an
snotty germ
adorable
right now.
germ,
She
and
ate a
I
peanut
love
butter
her.
sandwich when she got home, and then I got ready to come in here because I made myself a cup of coffee and I peed and I let the dog. I did all the things before I came to sit back down in here just now, and then she's like, "Mom, mom, mom, I want another peanut butter sandwich." So I had to make her another peanut butter sandwich.
Probably with
She's
milk.
hungry. No, I didn't give her milk. I gave her water, cold water. I know it's supposed to be warm, but hey, take it right.
Whatever.
And it's in her little red Pilola coffee cup that she won't let me have back. It's the only way I can get her to drink is that if she has it in that little bitty teacup. Yeah, toddler. All kids like that are germ buckets.
Old people are too. Sorry.
But I'm gonna need some of those Tessalon pearls.
Yeah, she was like, "I'm gonna call you in the pearls." I was like, "Yay!" Because you never. I mean, okay, look, listen, y'all don't tell nobody, okay? Um, so
Mm-mm, Kel, she wouldn't.
I had to get Jenny to be watering down her milk when she was so sick the last time. I was like, "Ma'am, you have to water it down. That milk ain't doing nothing but snot,
I know, but that's
snot."
the only thing she would drink.
I know, and you had to. I mean, the problem is that you have to get fluids in her, and if the only way you can get fluids in her is the milk, then that's what you got to do because she was going to get dehydrated. She was sick.
Mhm.
I mean, she's sick now, but she was sick.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, she said, "Okay, look, listen, y'all don't tell nobody, but when they call you in a prescription for the pearls, first of all, your insurance don't never cover it. They're like $11.99, worth every penny.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
worth
I'd
every
pay
penny.
$12 if they're gonna keep me from hacking my whole head off.
Yes, so worth every penny. Um, they usually give them for like pneumonia, bronchitis, stuff like that. But you never use them all, so then Yes,
No,
yes,
Elizabeth.
Bobby.
No.
It's the snots. It's when you have the snots that you're not supposed to drink milk,
Yeah, and they
but
also say when you have a fever, you're not supposed to drink milk too because it'll curdle on
yeah.
your belly. But my
What?
doctor, every doctor I have talked to in the last 18 plus years, because Eli was a milk drinker too, says it's no different than a child drinking a baby drinking breast milk. That's the only thing babies can drink. So milk is used
It'll
to do
still
it.
make them snotty.
It will, right, but it's still hydrating them is
And
what I
breast,
mean.
it is hydrating. And look, Margaret knows, she even spelled it right. Tesla, I call them Tesla pearls. But anyways, Tessalon pearls.
I'm not
And
saying to
also,
drink breast milk, Laura. I'm just saying babies drink breast milk or formula. You know, they tell you not to give babies like water because they can choke to death on it when they're little bitty. But I mean, it's mixed with, they're supposed to have water little when they're a little bit older, like me, but milk is supposed to be, it's, that's what
Henny
babies
coming
only
in
drink milk.
with the, I bet she won't drink it warm.
She would drink like hot chocolate.
Yeah, but she ain't gonna drink some warm milk.
I don't know. She might. Maybe if
Just
I make
straight
a
up
thing
warm
out
milk.
of it, but I don't know. Henny's
Put her some
still, I mean,
look, make her an elderberry warm milk.
eh, Henny says it every time, warm milk with
Warm
honey,
milk and
every
honey. I
time.
know. She ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. Yeah, they do inhalers here too. I have an inhaler. I ain't trying to hit it though.
Yeah, I
Unless
don't
I
think Jolie would ever because she's not, I don't think she would understand how to do, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
An
Well,
inhaler.
they have the things for kids. It's like a long tube.
Mm-hmm.
And so you spray the inhaler you put the tube against the kid's mouth, you put the inhaler on the other end, you squeeze the inhaler and it goes in the tube. And so they don't have to do it like, not me acting like I got a tube on my mouth. Oh my God. Anyways,
Ah,
I swear. So that way the inhaled stuff goes in that tube and they have a minute to inhale it. They don't
mm-hmm.
have to inhale it like right away.
Like,
It's a delivery.
and
Yeah,
then
it's a
hold it.
delivery device. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a plastic tube. It's yeah, they can do it if they have to. Um, but anyway, yeah. So I got all the things because I'm an overachiever. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah,
Toxic says it there.
yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute. Husband's home. I have to go explain to him all the things. Take over, QB, for a second.
Okay, Celine, when you get here, we love you. um, uh, hot water with lemon. Ooh, that sounds good. Um, oh no, yeah, that's tough. That's that back in the day when they didn't have that delivery device. I don't remember what they call it, but it was hard for kids. It was hard for kids for asthmatics. No, nothing on Ferris. I'm watching both of them. There ain't nothing on Ferris. I don't know. I think they're gonna be deadlocked. I thought that before. It's too up in the air. It's too, and I knew like when they were taking so long. Um, And it may be they may have tried to come back, but the judge I know was unavailable between 2 and 3. So, y'all, oh, this Delphi, oh my gosh, I cannot. Um, yeah, so they may have tried to come back, but he wasn't available. He was in some meeting, development meeting or something. Yeah, the nebulizers, those are good too. We used to do it's called blow by, where you just like if the baby won't put it in their mouth, you just kind of put it in front of their face. Um, but yeah, anyway. Now I just want some dude fries. I want to know what's on the dude fries. Um, let's see, let's look up Lebowski's. Lebowski, Iowa. Lebowski's Bar and Grill. Oh my goodness. Let's look at their menu. Should we look at their menu? Morgana, I am beside myself. I am beside myself. Yeah, Laura, you mean Delphi or do you mean Ferris? Because I think Ferris is going to be hung. I think Ferris is going to be hung. I'm looking up the dude fries. Um, yeah, I have the worst headache. Oh my gosh, I don't know what that is, but that looks good. Let's see if they have a menu. Whoa, that's a drinks menu, lunch specials menu, dine in or carry a abide with the dude. Dude fries. Oh my God, Zabi, it sounds like the nachos. Okay. Waffle fries topped with pulled pork, shredded cheese, onions, and drizzled with sweet and spicy sauce. I'll take an order right now. I was so watching all the things on Delphi. I think they need to reinvestigate Scott too. But here's the thing, Laura, how do they go back? Okay, how do they go back? Even if, let's say hypothetically, right? Alleganiously, let's say that they found Melody guilty, right? And but they think that she had help and they think Scott had the help, right? So or Scott was the help. How can they go back and investigate him or how can they go and even charge him because they've spent the whole time saying, it does sound yummy, doesn't it? Zabi and I get these nachos. Well, she gets the tots now, but I get the nachos with the pulled pork on it with the brisket. They're so good. We were supposed to have them this weekend, but I was sick. I was sick. This menu looks good, y'all. Like good. Like drive to Iowa good. I ain't never been to Iowa. Y'all been to Iowa? I ain't never been to Iowa. Um, mm, Loaded nachos. These are the appetizer burgers. They got the Lebowski burger. Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. Y'all look. Right, they would open another case, but my point is, Laura, how can they how could they bring charges and how could they try him? Because they spent this whole case saying Scott was over here and Scott was doing this and Scott wasn't involved. And Scott, you been to Iowa? I never been to Iowa. Um uh they've been saying like Scott's not involved, Scott's not involved. And he was doing this because of this and he's innocent and they're trying to point the finger at him and everything. So I don't know how they could come back. It's kind of like when with Lori and Chad. They were trying to say that Chad was the mastermind, but they had a difficult time doing it. Um because they had gone after Lori as the mastermind. And so there was things that they couldn't say in Chad's trial that they had said in Lori's trial because it was like, well, you say one thing over here and then come over here and say a different thing. I know, and I don't feel like eating nothing. I'm gonna have some soup, but now I want soup. I want uh, grilled cheese and tomato soup, but that'll make me really snotty. So I'm just gonna go with what I really want is some lemon orzo soup, but I can only get it at one store here, and I didn't feel like going. So I'm gonna have to. Anyways, okay. So let's be hungry. Joe Lebowski. I mean, this dude, is wearing this Lebowski shirt, which, by the way, I think is very cool. I think the guy should give him some tips or something. Because he just did his whole. They got y'all. These burgers. Oh my gosh. Okay, sandwich. Okay, hold on. Let's do the Lebowski. That's what I'm saying, Toxic. They would have to come up with something new that they were not trying to pin on. I know progress. That's what I'm talking about, Laura. Laura, that's why you're my girl. That's the one I'm talking about. But only one store in my whole town carries it. No one else carries it but this one store, and I need it because it's so good. It's like my best friend's ex-husband used to make an Egyptian soup. Um, and it's kind of like that, and it makes oh yeah, they brought y'all stop. Come to my pantry. You got it in your pantry. I usually keep it in my pantry because I know I can only get it at that one store, but I need to refill. I love that lemon orzo.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back.
We're talking food. We're talking food. Yeah, so the Taco Bell, I saw that last night that they're doing the decades. I need them to have the taco burger. They did
What?
everything but the taco burger. Yes, so Taco Bell is doing the decades where they're like there's stuff from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I didn't even know they were in the 60s. I don't think they were around in the 60s, but so they brought back the Mexi Melt. They brought back the Hey Rich nebulizer.
Hey,
Um,
Rich. Good to see you, buddy.
Cassie Russin says 3:45 verdict reached and Melanie Ferris going to be
Oh,
read at
yep. I see it.
3:45.
I see it. There actually is it's going to be read at 3:45.
Yep, 3:45.
Woo,
3:45.
doggies.
I don't know if it's a real verdict.
Yeah, who knows?
Them taco burgers. Look, we had used to have a place called when I lived in Florida. We had a place called Taco Tico, and it was oh yeah, Taco Bell is not Del Taco though. Look, Laura's so excited. Oh, taco salad. Oh man, y'all, I'm hungry. We looked up, Jenny. We looked up the Lebowski bar and grill that this dude works at.
Oh, yeah. I heard him say he's a cook for them.
And we looked up the dude fries. So you want to know what's on the dude fries?
I'm never, what are the, is that where what he makes?
Where he works. So you
Okay.
know the Big Lebowski? Do you not know the Big Lebowski? Oh my gosh, Dobby's gonna come at you.
I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never watched it.
Okay. So anyways, the guy is the dude. And so the dude fries are waffle fries topped with pulled pork, shredded cheese, onions, and drizzled with a sweet and spicy sauce.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That sounds
Um,
yummy.
you haven't seen it either, and you knew it was the dude on the shirt, bro. Oh, okay. Laura wants to do a poll on what the verdict will be for Ferris.
Oh, I've got it. There's a poll on on my Ferris stream. There's a poll on there.
Run over there, but come back, Laura.
Yeah, there's a poll.
I think your alter ego is logged in over there. I was laughing. I was like, wait a daggone minute. That wee wax.
Looks like there's 47 votes. Wow. Okay.
Also, if y'all didn't know, am I allowed to? Can I say it over here? Oh, never mind. I'm trying to. Laura says she's not working today. I'm trying to help Laura out, but then I don't know if I'm supposed to say it over here, so never mind. Anyways, the Lebowski burger. Full of flavor with thick cut bacon, cheddar cheese, onion ring drizzled with sweet and sour, no, sweet and spicy barbecue sauce. I'm going to Iowa. They
I
got a
would love some
whole
Iowa.
Iowa pork tenderloin sandwich.
Taco salad.
Oh. So I'm bummed that the Mexi Melt is not good because I saw it and thought about it. They also got that the green sauce enchilada. No, um, something else back. Anyways, I heard y'all talking about Arby's earlier, and I'm mad because they got rid of the potato cakes again.
Ah,
They told us they were for a limited time, but that's a
if you're
whole.
talking about Lincoln, Laura's shop, link it, ma'am.
Okay, cool. So Laura, I don't know if Toxic knows Laura. Let's see. Laura has she is home of the Wee Wax for
Oh,
diamond
thank you,
painting,
Laura.
and she just had a restock. She has putty now. She did a restock, and she has lip balm. Laura would be doing the most. She's doing all the things over there.
Lip balm. Oh my goodness.
Yep. So let me if StreamYard would
She said
like
not right now.
I
Are
thought
you?
you restocked on Friday. Did you already sell out, ma'am?
Uh,
I thought it was last Friday.
not until Friday, she said.
Um,
Right, Rich? It's like the Dan Markle murder. First the girlfriend and her friends got tried, then the brother, then the mother.
yeah, and then it'll be and then it'll be 11/8. I thought it was 11/1. Okay. Well, okay, y'all come back. Y'all come back. Come back 1 week. There's the link. Um, she's got the goods. Yeah, Rich. So, but the thing about Dan Markle is that they did not like point to one person and say this is the only person that did it. Oh, I'm sorry, Laura. Look, I'm just trying to help. I'm delirious. What is it? What does Abby say? Delulu 5,000. That me. Laura's like, anywho. So y'all come back 1 week. Come back 1 week. Go see Laura.
No, no wax for you. Come back 1 week.
I love you, Laura. I was trying to help. I'm sorry. Um, I feel like I'm in a tunnel. It sounds like I'm in a tunnel because I can't hear.
That's the worst.
It is the worst. And then she stuck that thing in my ear, and I was like, nope, hurt. She goes, ooh, does that hurt? I'm like, yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we need to get back to trial.
Okay, cool.
I don't
I'm gonna jump
know.
down.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. You don't have to jump down. You can stay here if you want to, ma'am. Or
Okay.
I know what you want. You want to go over here into the Ferris stuff and be watching. Everybody in here is going to drop and run, man,
Well, I mean,
at 3:45.
you ain't wrong. I mean, you just this one on pause, and I mean, we just started it. I don't know. I'm trying. I don't know if I can just. I don't know if I can give my heart to another trial right now because I mean,
Yeah,
I need
I
to
know.
find out Ferris and then Delphi is just. I am based on what the jury's for me based on what the jury's questions were today for they had the expert up today, the psychological expert that the defense put up.
Mhm.
Based on what the questions from the jury was, I don't know. I don't know if the jury's buying what the prosecution is putting down.
Prosecution or defense?
The prosecution.
Oh, okay. Good.
Like the questions they were asking of the defenses, it sounds like they're like trying to refute what they were saying on the prosecution side. To me,
Oh, okay.
of course, I got to wait for Andrea's recap. And Laura Lee, I started watching. Not Laura, Lawyer Lee. I
Yeah.
started watching her stuff. And uh, it's also an interesting take. Not near as detailed as Andrea, but still good. I started going back and watching Andrea's stuff again because I know I've like fallen asleep in and out.
Mhm.
So also, did you know that the jail psychologist is a whole crap. A whole crap. I know, right? I did go totally Gilmore Girls on that. I'm like Laura Lee, no, Lawyer Lee. It's because my mouth won't make. I can't make. Anyway, did you know? Did you know I was playing around when you weren't here,
Mhm.
trying not to shut your whole entire stream down?
Yeah.
But remember, I said I saw that thing that said stream this to your audience.
Yeah.
Okay, well, when I click that, it says, but Gail, it's so good. I know it's a long thing, and you got to be true, really dedicated. But it's so good, so much information. So, anyways, when I click that, I can put my YouTube channel. It lets me link to that.
Right.
So I don't know what would happen.
Well, what would happen is you would be live on your channel too
Yeah.
with the same. I mean, it would be the same exact
Same
live
content.
stream.
Yeah.
Oh, the camera's moving over there in Ferris.
In Ferris World.
Mm-hmm.
This poor dude is just up on here, just chilling with his Lebowski shirt. That his boss should give him like a raise or something.
For
Because
promoting.
he came in hot. The guy was like, "Tell us a little about his." Oh yes, my name is this, and I live over here. And then he doxed himself, told his whole trailer park, his whole address, whole government, everything,
I heard him
and
talking
then
about his dog.
and his dog's name. Like they know everything about this guy, and he's like, and I work at the big about the Lebowski Bar and Grill, and I'm a cook, and and the guy was like, "What's the best thing about it?" And he goes, "The dude fries," and then QB was like, "I'm gonna need to look that up." So, but I think his boss should, hey, Lebowski boss, I know you're listening. Should give this guy, should give this guy a raise. I mean, give him a raise for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. I think so too. He should.
Also, my brain is not good right now. Not that it ever is, but so you were talking about the KFC earlier, and you
Mm-hmm.
talked about the livers. Does your KFC have the livers all the time?
You know what? I don't know. I'm not
Because
positive
mine
about
just
that.
put a sign up that they're back, and I was like, oh, because I like the livers. The gizzards, them are hit or
Well, like
miss
I
for
said,
me.
the gizzards I only want them if they're like fresh. If they've sat there for a while, no, because they're tough enough as it is, you know.
Yep, toxic. She fed him liver. Oh, so good. It's good for you too, especially if you're anemic. Go
Yeah,
eat your
it's got a
liver.
lot of. I mean, yeah,
Lebowski balls. We're getting, we're getting,
gross.
liver is good for you. I mean, I don't know if deep fried liver is really,
Right?
but look, if you're gonna eat the liver,
Yes. People in the
you have
South
to,
eat chicken liver and gizzards,
and the
and
gizzards.
yeah,
Back in the day, you couldn't get just the lizards, the
the
lizards.
lizards.
Stop it. The livers are the gizzards. It's chicken. It's chicken liver. Chicken liver.
Chicken, chicken, chicken.
The lizards, you couldn't get them separate. You had to get them. That made me think of township, and I ain't been in there all day, and I know my farm is mad.
No, not lizards, Pilo.
Not
No.
lizards, no, it's the lizard. No, the livers and
And
the
gizzards.
gizzards, balls and lizards. Morgana, go back over to. Do you know Morgana was all sitting over in the Ferris wheel by herself, and we were all over here?
Oh my god.
And she's
She's
like back
probably
in the
she probably
chat.
like la 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 la.
La 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 la. Also, I was
Hmm.
laughing so hard this morning because I was not in the chat. I was trying to scrub with my loofah and my dead sea scrolls. No, my
Skin cells,
those, yes.
sea scrolls, really?
Whatever. My dad's them cells help. They're
Mhm.
extra. You got to scrub that thing out when you're done. You can't just put it back up on the hook.
Honey, you cannot just scrub one of those things out. It's got holes
You
all in it.
can. Also, is Mickey George still here? Where you at, Mickey George?
Mickey
Mickey George?
Jar.
No. No, the lizards are good to get livers.
Lizards?
Yes, the livers.
You said lizards
I
again.
did say lizards. I'm sorry. Dipped in ranch dressing. Fried chicken livers dipped in ranch dressing. It's good for your anemia.
Lord,
Expensive.
Lord, Lord.
You Southern people will eat anything.
Rich is like Zoom. He's like, okay.
It's like, bye.
He's checking out of this conversation. Mm.
Oh my gosh. And we don't
P.
eat
Lola's
burgers.
like, okay, P. Lola, we're done. We're done. I'm going to turn the trial back on. We're going to get back to this trial because they are on Central Time. So they are an hour behind me,
Oh Lord, we're gonna be here forever.
which means, yeah, an hour later than should be. But anyway. And then at 3:45 or before that, I will be heading back over to watch the verdict on the other stream. So
I'm
let's
gonna mute
get into
myself.
this. You ready, QB?
I am. I'm gonna mute myself. I hacked up a whole lung and I thought I was on mute and I wasn't.
Oh no.
I had to apologize to the people. Sorry. Okay.
All right.
All
I'm gonna mute myself and get this started too, okay?
right. Bye.
That the two of you, and that's you and Mr. Van Patten, that you had met before?
It took me a while, but yes, I did. I did, yeah. I met him through his brother.
Who's his brother?
I forgot his brother's name.
Yes, P. Lola's mom, they come back with a verdict. They said it'd be read at 3:45, but I see the camera bouncing off and on over here in Ferris, so I'm keeping an
This
eye
time
out.
period, you received a request on Facebook, what we call a friend request from Dakota?
Correct.
And is that something that you still had on your phone and had on your phone to provide law enforcement?
I believe so, yeah. I didn't accept it at all.
Your Honor, may I show the, one second. Before I get to that, Trevor, when you got into the car to get a ride home from Lebowski's, do you remember where you sat in the car?
I sat in the behind the passenger.
And when you sat behind the passenger seat, then did you have to maneuver your way into the car?
I would
to get in
assume
there?
so, Morgana. Hey,
No.
Renee.
Okay. Open the door, go in the car?
Just open the door and get in and close the door.
And it was the passenger side back or the?
Passengers, it was a passenger side back, like behind the passenger, because there was somebody sitting in the passenger, the driver, and then I got behind the passenger in the back seat.
Okay. And who was driving?
Ken was.
Where was Dakota sitting?
Passenger. Front seat.
Your Honor, may I show the witness the state's exhibit number 8A and 8B for identification? Trevor, do you see state's exhibit number 8A?
Correct.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Okay. And then I'll show you state's exhibit 8B. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what do these exhibits contain?
A friend request from Coda.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the friend request as it appeared on your phone from who you learned to be Dakota Van Patten?
Correct.
Move to enter state's exhibits 8A and 8B, Your Honor.
Any objection to 8A or 8B? Exhibits 8A and 8B are admitted.
Trevor, in front of you, we have state's exhibit number 8B first. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. And what does 8B then depict?
If I need to respond to their request or not.
Is this, what's depicted in state's exhibit 8B? Is that your phone?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And is this what is referred to as like a profile page for Facebook?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the profile page of who's described as Coda Smith, but who you learned to be and knew as Dakota Van Patten?
Correct.
And this is the way it appeared on your phone when he sent the request and you looked to see who it was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'll show you state's exhibit 8A. Okay. And what is depicted in state's exhibit 8A?
Profile picture.
Is this maybe the close-up, or what happens when you tap on the profile picture of Coda Smith?
Yes, sir.
And is this the same person who was in the car when?
Okay, side note, they have the camera on Melody Ferris in the Ferris trial. So if you guys want to head over there, you're more than welcome to. It's showing people coming into the gallery. She's sitting in her normal spot. So you can bounce back and forth, whatever you would like to do. I just don't know how long it will be before they actually read the verdict.
Laura's like, bye.
She's like, bye.
She's out of here.
Bye. As also on this trial, I do want to make it clear that they have said that the victim in this, the young lady in this trial, the victim, I think her name is Melody as well, Melody Hoffman,
Hoffman, yeah.
that she had an intellectual disability. And they said that even though she's like 19, 20-ish, intellectually, she's more like a 12 or 14-year-old. So, you know, that can be a massive trigger warning for a lot of people. So,
yeah. So what are you
and
going to
Renee,
do?
I don't think that's what's going on. It was two men that killed her.
It was 2 men that killed her, Renee.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
So, are you going to leave this one going, or are you going to pause it and go over there? What are you going to do, ma'am?
I think I'd rather keep it going, just because people that aren't watching that, you know, like on the replay, I don't want them to have to, you know.
Right. Fast forward or whatever.
Yeah. So I'm just going to keep it going, and then those of us that go over to Ferris, when they come back over here, they can rewind it or whatever, you know. So
I hear that baby coughing.
I know it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie, I'll be over on Ferris.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably gonna mute I'm just gonna mute it this trial on my end while they're reading the verdict, because I can't listen to two things at once. I mean, you guys over here will be able to hear the trial, but I won't be able to hear it. So but anyway. Yeah, Cordelia, yeah, they're saying there's a third person or something.
They haven't found him yet though, right?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not positive because I've missed a lot of it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go over to Ferris. Love you.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye.
And for the rest of you, I'm gonna resume it. But like I said, I'm gonna be watching over here on the Ferris wheel. But I'll be back. And he's like, I'm multitasking. I got this one on the tablet and Ferris on my phone. All right, here we go.
When Ken, the defendant, picked you up on February 17th, 2024, known as Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Judge. So during that 8-minute car ride, do you remember anything about the conversation that took place?
I remember when we got to like Tower Terrace Road, and then we came up and saying that that don't tell my mom, but they're trouble together, like hanging out, Ken and Dakota. That don't tell like my mom like that they're together.
Wait. You have to have your mic. You, ma'am. So I think where we left off, though, counsel, you had stated an objection. My understanding is that counsel was going to try to clear up the matter, and then you'll restate the objection if appropriate. Go ahead.
So we were talking about conversation that took place in the car, Trevor.
Yeah.
And you were starting to tell us about that, but before you do, I wanted to ask you, who was talking or telling you about the two of them, that's Ken and the defendant and Mr. Van Patten being together? Who was talking at that time?
Ken.
Okay. So when the defendant was talking about being together with Mr. Van Patten, did he tell you not to tell your mom that?
Correct.
Okay. And did he tell you why?
Please approach. Objections overruled.
Trevor, did the defendant tell you why he didn't want you to tell his mom that he was with Mr. Van Patten?
That I didn't want to tell my mom?
Yeah.
Because they would get in trouble together.
Anything else happened during that car ride?
No, it was a pretty smooth car ride, sir.
Did you have contact with the defendant, Mr. Louisma, again after he dropped you off at your house?
Not again after until the morning after. It was a Sunday morning, about 8:30, came knocked on my door, knocked on my window,
Okay.
finally go ahead.
And then what were you doing when he came to your house and he knocked on the window?
I was sleeping.
Did that wake you up?
Yes, sir.
And when you heard the knocking, then did you do something to see who was there?
I did.
Okay. What'd you do?
I then waved him over, come to the door, and then I opened my door. He stood right in the landing area of my front, like in front of my house. And then then he was like, if somebody approaches you, ask you questions, just tell them I was here all night playing video games. And it was kind of, raised questions in my mind.
So he told you that if someone asks to say that he was with you all night playing video games?
Correct.
Okay. And when he said that to you, did you tell him anything?
No, I just said that he had to go, and then he proceeded to leave.
Do you see where he went?
He went back to my mom's.
You said that happened about 8:30 in the morning, then the next morning on Sunday?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Weiss.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's talk about this 8-minute drive from work to home, okay?
Okay.
You'd only known Ken, my client, for about 2 weeks on that night, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
He'd given you rides to or from work before?
Correct, yep.
And so this night was not unlike any of those other nights, agreed?
Agreed.
Took you about 8 minutes to get home?
About.
You were anxious to get home that night, weren't you?
I was ready to get home, yeah.
And so you were kind of thinking about how you were looking forward to getting home, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry, yes.
That's okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when you were in the car, there was conversation among all three of you, correct?
Correct.
Now, today, your testimony was that during that 8-minute car ride, Ken said, "Don't tell your mom," correct? Is that right?
Correct.
And that he went on to say, "Don't tell your mom because he and Dakota, tend to get into trouble together, is that right?
Correct.
Now, you and I have talked about this 8-minute car ride before today, haven't we?
I believe so.
At your deposition?
I believe so, yeah.
That was on July 25th of this year. Do you recall that?
I do. Yeah, I do, yeah.
It was here at the courthouse, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
And you were under oath,
Yes.
and we had a chance to talk about this just like we are today. Would
Yeah.
you agree?
Agreed.
And this conversation in the car came up during our deposition, didn't it?
I believe so.
Have you had a chance to review your deposition transcript before today?
I have not, no.
So today, it was your testimony that Ken said, "Don't tell my mom because we get into trouble," correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you told me in your deposition, is it?
I don't remember.
Would it help you if you had a chance to look at that transcript?
Yes.
And counsel, and for the record, this is page 21, starting at line 20. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Weiss, I'm going to set this in front of you
Okay.
and give you a chance to read it. Please just read it to yourself, not
Okay.
out loud. Read as much as you need to remember this.
All right.
And I'm going to direct your attention to line 20, okay? Because I may ask you a question next, I'm going to ask you to keep reading into the next page, again, just to yourself. Do you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Well, your testimony today was that Ken said that they got in trouble together. That is not what your testimony was in your deposition, was it?
Correct.
In your deposition, you said that was simply your impression
Yeah.
from what had been said, correct?
Yeah.
And actually, in your deposition, you said, "I don't even remember who said that to begin with," correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trevor, you just showed a copy of your deposition.
Correct.
Okay. And at the time you gave the deposition, remember when that was?
July 25th.
As you sit here today and you were answering questions under oath, did you remember who it was that said that in the car?
I don't remember exactly, but I haven't really been feeling too well.
Well, today, when we asked you, you said it was McKinley that said that.
Yeah.
the defendant. As you sit here today, do you remember him saying those words?
I don't know.
At the time that this exchange took place, who was living with your mom?
Who was living with my mom?
Yeah.
Well, my mom's boyfriend and just her that I know of, and then Ken and his girlfriend were staying there.
And did Dakota Van Patten, to your knowledge, ever live with your mom?
No, sir.
Other than being at your mom's house when you met him once, do you know if Dakota Van Patten knew your mom at all?
Well, I would assume so if he knew my mom that they were over there. Yeah.
In prior conversations with Dakota Van Patten, did he refer to your mom as in this way at all? Talk about don't tell her something, things like that?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Rick Cross? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
State can call its next witness.
State calls Jan Abel, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the record.
My name is Jan Abel, Y-O-N-A-B-E-L.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you tell us how you're currently employed?
I am a detective sergeant with the Lynn County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the Lynn County Sheriff's Office?
28 years.
Certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes,
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to becoming employed with Lynn County?
I did not.
And what's your educational background?
Received a Bachelor of Arts in General Science from Coe College in 1995.
Your current role is detective sergeant. Was that also your role in February of 2024?
Yes,
And when were you assigned to be a detective?
2011.
You said 11?
2011, correct. 13 years.
Detective Abel, did you become involved in the death investigation or homicide investigation of Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you became involved in that?
Would have been Monday, February 19th.
And how did that involvement come to be?
I was notified by my supervisor, Lieutenant Buter, to attend a meeting at the Marion Police Department involving a homicide investigation.
And did you go to that meeting at the Marion Police Department?
I did.
From there, were you directed to go to the Lebowski's Bar and Grill?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going to Lebowski's?
Purpose was to talk to Trevor in regards to his involvement with a suspect.
And so did you go to Lebowski's?
I did.
And did you meet with Trevor?
Yes.
Now, while you were at Lebowski's, did you conduct an interview with him there?
We spoke to him briefly, and then we agreed to meet later at his residence.
And can you recall the address that you initially intended to meet Trevor?
I do not know the exact address.
Did you eventually interview Trevor?
Yes.
And did that interview later happen at Trevor's mother's place?
Yes, we met with him first at his mother's house.
And that was on the, or at the Hummingbird address?
Yes.
Do you recall if Trevor's address was Morning Dove?
Yes.
Okay. So did you expect to run into Trevor at the Hummingbird address?
I did not, but I was not surprised when I did.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine who all resided at 4006 Hummingbird?
I know Trevor's mother resided there, and then I know there was 2 other people that had been there for a couple weeks, but beyond that, I was not involved in any of those interviews.
How did it come to be that you were at the Hummingbird address?
There was other law enforcement personnel there, and we went there to see if we could assist with whatever may be needed at the time.
Was there a search warrant being executed at that address? Can you recall?
I believe there was, but I'm not certain on that.
While you were interviewing Trevor, were you able to confirm whether or not he had been at work on Saturday, February 18th?
Yes,
17th, excuse me.
Saturday the 17th.
Okay. And were you able to confirm what hours he worked that day?
Yes.
What were those hours?
I believe it was 8 to 5. I know he had a printout of his time card that he was able to provide to us for that date.
When you were interviewing Trevor, did you discuss with him how he got home from work
Yes,
on the 17th?
yes.
Okay. And did he tell you he got picked up from work?
If you have my report available to review, I know he says sometimes he walks, sometimes he gets rides from coworkers, or it varies day by day.
Do you recall asking him a line of questions about who was all in the vehicle when he was picked up?
Yes.
Okay. And during that conversation, did he and you discuss somebody, I'm going to call it a Facebook name, Coda Smith?
Yes.
Did Trevor show you his phone and let you take photographs of his phone?
Yes.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine who Coda Smith is?
The URL or web address actually said Ben Patton for a name. So the Coda Smith was the name that was on the account,
But Dakota Van Patten was the web address that
Yes.
was associated with that?
yes.
Also, as part of your role in the investigation, were you asked or requested to do some follow-up work, excuse me, at the Southwest Walmart?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the purpose of you doing that follow-up work was?
I went to Walmart to take photos of an aisle in the sporting goods area, and specifically items that were purchased from that location.
How did you know which aisle in the sporting goods section you needed to go photograph?
I'd seen video previously of people in that area before, coming from that general area, and I knew what items I was looking for as well.
What items were you looking for?
I was looking for a machete and then also a pair of gloves.
And when you got to the Walmart and got to that aisle, did you determine that the machetes and the specific pair of gloves you were looking for were in the same aisle?
Yes,
And did you photograph all of that?
I did.
Your Honor, the state would offer 9A through 9H.
Any objection to 9A through 9H? No objection. 9A through 9H are admitted.
May I have permission to publish States Exhibits 9A through 9H and to republish Exhibit 7B.
You may tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, Judge. Looking first at State's Exhibit 9A, is this the sporting goods aisle that you were primarily focused on?
Yes.
Along that back shelf there, what are those?
Coolers?
And to show you State's Exhibit 7B, are those coolers at the top of the screen along that back row as well?
Yes.
From this vantage point in 9A, where are the machetes hanging in this aisle?
Be on the right side.
And is that in this area?
Yes.
And the gloves that you were looking for, where were those hanging?
On the left side.
In this area?
Correct.
So in State's Exhibit 9B, have you now turned your camera to the right of that aisle?
Yes.
And were you able to see or find the specific machetes that you were looking for?
Yes.
And is kind of center screen, is this the machetes that you were looking for?
Yes.
Did the machetes that were hanging on that rack match up with the machetes that were found in this investigation?
Yes.
And when I say match up, packaging, size, shape, all of the above.
Yes.
Is 9C a closer up photo of the machete that I just circled with my mouse in the prior photo?
Yes.
And 9D, what are we looking at here?
It's the opposite side of the aisle. We're looking at fishing and gloves specifically.
Do you want to use that laser pointer that's up there, please, and on the big screen, show us the gloves that you were specifically looking for?
So it'll be these gray and black right there.
The gray and black ones that have writing on the top of the hand?
Yes.
And are we zoomed in on those gloves on 9E?
Yes.
Just to be clear, out of the two gloves that are shown in 9E, are we looking at the ones on the left?
Yes, the ones with the $277 price tag above them.
Perfect. 9F, what are we looking at here?
This will be the same glove reversed with the UPC code.
And why was it important for you to picture the UPC code and the packaging of this glove?
There was a receipt located during a search warrant previously with the items on this receipt.
And in 9G, what are we seeing here?
This would be the reverse of the machete as it's hanging.
And on the reverse side of the machete, did you also get a UPC code?
Yes.
And did the UPC code from the packaging on the back of the machete match up to what was shown or depicted in the receipt?
Yes, they were the same items.
And in 9H, are we just zoomed in on that UPC from the machete?
Yes.
As part of your role in this investigation, did you also assist with the execution of a search warrant at 270 15th Street Northwest?
Yes.
Do you recall whose property or who lived there?
I know Mr. Van Patten was residing there with his brother and brother's girlfriend.
But that was the address associated with the Code of Van Patten.
Yes.
You weren't the lead detective or the lead investigator during the execution of that search warrant,
No.
right? Okay. Detective, I just want to back up briefly. I know that I asked you a couple of questions related to Trevor's work schedule Saturday night and you being able to confirm the hours that he worked. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when you confirmed the hours that Trevor worked at Lebowski's on that Saturday, did you see a printout that showed the hours that he logged in and logged out?
Yes.
And I want to bring you, I think originally when I asked you this question, you recalled that Trevor worked 8 to 5 that day. If you had an opportunity to see your report, would it help you clarify what the hours were that you verified Trevor worked that day?
Yes, it would.
Give me 1 second here. Your Honor, may I have your permission to approach the witness?
You may.
If you just take a second to review this portion of your report, let me know once you've had a chance to do that.
Okay.
You've had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
And after having reviewed your report, does that change your answer related to what Trevor's hours were worked on that Saturday?
Yes.
And what were the hours that Trevor worked that Saturday?
I worked 5 to 11 p.m.
PM?
p.m.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
Cross? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to go ahead and take an afternoon recess, 20 minutes. Jurors, please remember the admonition I've given you throughout the case. Have a good break, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes. You can all be seated. Any record at this time needed from the state? No, Your Honor. From the defense? Yes, Your Honor. Can you turn your mic on?
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple records at this point. First of all, with respect to Exhibits 7A through 7P, which were offered and admitted, I would just note that the state had properly listed foundation witness or witnesses for that previously. We had discussed that, and I had indicated that we would stipulate to foundation, and the state could bring those in through whomever they wanted. So I just wanted to note that with respect to those exhibits. Second, I'd like to note for the record, a sidebar. I asked to approach. It was after there was evidence that there had been a sack of water and some cookies left during the Walmart checkout. Testimony was elicited that those were items that had been left by somebody else, and the witness specifically testified that my client took those items and left the store with him, which would be evidence of theft. We had filed a motion in limine prohibiting any other criminal, evidence of any other criminal activity. I believe that that evidence falls under that and should not have come in. I understand from our sidebar, and I'll defer to the state to make its record on that, that the state intended to offer that as evidence of something else other than bad character or other criminal acts. However, I would note that even if the court finds that to be true, it still has to do a balancing act of all relevant evidence to determine if its probative value is outweighed by its potential for prejudice. And in this case, it's our position that the evidence is more probative, or excuse me, more prejudicial than probative on that fact. Again, anticipating what the state will say, I would argue that it was cumulative. There was, and there will be, plenty of evidence as to the other items that were purchased there, and those items having been found afterwards as well, which would go to identity. And so, considering all of the other evidence that the state has and will offer to that point, it is unnecessary, and therefore it is more prejudicial than probative.
Does the state like to be heard?
Yes, Judge. When conducting a 404B analysis, the question is whether or not the prior bad act is being offered to show that the defendant acted in conformity with, as propensity. If he committed one crime, he's more likely to commit another crime. The defendant is not charged in any way with a theft, and so I think that significantly reduces the propensity argument. Additionally, there are exceptions to prior bad acts evidence being offered and admitted. Those do include identity, amongst other things. One of the pieces of evidence found in the defendant's car during the execution of the search warrant were the bottles that were seen in that bag that were placed there by the employee that left the store in the defendant's possession. And so that it's extremely relevant. When it comes to cumulative evidence, it's not evidence piling on the same fact. Even if there were additional items found, which there were, during the execution of the search warrant in the defendant's vehicle, this is an additional piece of evidence that was also found. And so I do think that this is not cumulative, and I do think that it overcomes the 404B analysis, and that this is not being offered to show that the defendant acted in conformity with or to prove propensity for the character trait of being a thief, but for proof of the defendant's identity to associate him with the items in that bag later being found in his vehicle.
Any response?
No, thank you.
All right. First of all, I would state that defense counsel properly recited the sidebar as well as the agreement of counsel that the objection could be reserved until the next break. Certainly evidence of crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove.
It would be really nice if
in order to show that on a
the
particular
cameraman
occasion, the person
could
acted
keep
in
things
conformance with that
focused.
character.
Welcome back,
In this
Cordelia.
instance,
Hey, Skylab.
the evidence is being offered for another
Bill. Hey,
purpose,
Laura. Anxiety
and
Art
not,
Adventures.
for propensity, namely being offered to prove identity, in that the item found later in defendant's possession. And so it's being offered for a proper purpose and not for propensity. In terms of the balancing, court finds that the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Certainly, there's a significant probative value in terms of identity, that the very item that was found in defendant's possession was also an item that was identified as in the Walmart and taken. And in terms of the unfair prejudice, while theft is certainly a crime in the large scope of things, I don't believe that it's unfairly prejudicial when balanced against its probative value. Certainly not unfairly so, such that the danger would be, the probative value would be substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the record's been made, the court's ruled on the same. Any further record on that issue?
I would just like to add for the record that the court is correct. The state would agree that the recitation given by Ms. Eimerman of our sidebar was correct and did reflect that conversation. And the state did agree to the timing of the motion being made. So I just want to put the state's voice on that as well.
The only other thing I would say, though, is that if requested, I think the defense would be entitled to limiting instruction as to its proper use. I wouldn't give that unless the defense requested it. That, of course, would bring greater attention to the fact, and so that's not something I would do unless the defense requested it. But if the defense did request that instruction, I would give that. Is that something that the defense is going to want? And if so, I would want to do that at the next available opportunity. But again, that's something I would only do if the defense would want me to do that, understanding that it would bring attention to the issue that's now been passed by.
Judge, my inclination is to agree with the court at this point that it would draw more attention needlessly to that. However, if the court will allow me to discuss with counsel and my client, and if we do, we'll bring that to the court's attention so it can be addressed soon.
Right, and if you would let me know before we get back together, in the event that such an instruction were given, and I think it would probably be given in the context of, not to consider this as propensity, not to be considered on the, that, defendant is, they could only be considered on his proper value on identity, and brings attention to that issue. And so I can certainly give that instruction if it's desired, but obviously would only do that if you want me to. And if you do want me to, then I would like to talk with counsel specifically about the instruction to be given.
May I have just a moment?
Sure.
Hey, India.
Judge, at this time, we're going to decline the court's offer to admonish the jury of that. My hope
New
is
drinking
I
game.
understand and appreciate the state's.
Yes, India, they
stated
just had the verdict.
record with
They
respect
just
to
read the
that, and
verdict
I
a while
trust that
ago.
The state
I
won't,
ended the stream.
misuse that in closing or anything like that. And so at this point, I think with the state of the record where it is now, we'll decline to address it further with the jury.
Well, and certainly if it were to be used in closing arguments, its proper purpose is limited narrowly to that limited purpose of identity, and certainly wouldn't be used for any other purpose.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's, I'll still give you your 20-minute break, and then we'll start promptly at 10 till. In terms of timing, am I correct that we've got one witness left?
Your Honor, so we have two witnesses scheduled because alcohol sort of is, I didn't schedule this. You're not supposed to be here.
Do you want to turn on your microphone?
That's right, just talking.
Oops. So it popped forward. Let me hold on a minute. Let me find where we were.
That the second part that
Can you
requires.
recite a rule, please?
Yes. Hearsay exception, and the rule is 804B3. Today made these statements.
They're not scheduled to be here till 3 because of my poor scheduling, which I'll try to do better at
Okay.
here. So we'll advise the court when they arrive. But we do have 2 more, and that's it for today.
All right, and so if they happenly were to arrive earlier, then we'll start earlier. And I'll let the jury attendant know, to let the jury know that the break may be a little bit longer.
Okay.
But as soon as you get your first witness here, we'll start.
Sounds good.
Great. We'll give you 20 minutes regardless, and if your witness is here by that time, we'll start then. Have a good break.
Okay. All right. All right.
R153.
All right, here we go.
So we're back on the record in FECR 153477. We're outside
I
of
think
the
the clock
presence
is
of
very
jury.
cool, Skylab.
I
Hey,
understand
Shiraz.
that there is an issue that counsel would like to take up outside of the presence of the jury in regard to a witness that's going to be proposed by the state. Who is that witness?
And he's like, I don't like this judge's voice.
Monson?
It's very
And
monotone,
what is the nature of the issue?
kind of.
Your Honor, the witness, Brandon Monson, would testify that he was in a vehicle on or about the night that Melody Hoffman was kidnapped and killed, with other individuals, including Logan Kimpton, who's charged as a co-conspirator in this case, Taya Meyer, and then a person by the name of Dakota Cruz. And that during that car ride in the vehicle, Mr. Kimpton was talking openly about some plans that he had made with the defendant and Dakota Van Patten. And then I would anticipate that when we ask him what did Logan Kimpton say, that Brandon Monson would say that defendant Kimpton said that he had plans with the defendant and Dakota Van Patten to go kill someone, but that he backed out at the last minute.
And what is the nature of the objection?
Your Honor, the objection is that while this might fit the first part of the statement against interest rule, that the second part that
Can
requires.
you recite a rule, please?
Yes. Hearsay exception, and the rule is 804B3, statement against interest as an exception to hearsay. And that I don't think we dispute that that would have a great tendency to be contrary to Mr. Kimpton's interests. However, that the second element of the analysis, that would have to be supported by corroborating circumstances that clearly indicate its trustworthiness. And I understand that to bring this up now involves bringing in a statement from a deposition, whereas this is the trial. There's no doubt that Mr. Monson, who would be the witness today, made these statements in his deposition, but he also went on to say, I wasn't even sure if he was serious or not when he said this. And so we would contest that whether there is corroborating circumstances to indicate the trustworthiness of this statement, to make it a hearsay exception, to make it admissible. And so what we want to avoid today is a situation where the cat comes out of the bag, and then Mr. Monson goes on to say, I wasn't even sure if he was serious about it or not, because he would then immediately be, and we would certainly have to elicit that testimony from him, he would then be questioning the trustworthiness of the hearsay statement that he was bringing into court today.
And so Mr. Monson's here. Is the plan to make an offer of proof so the court can make that finding?
Yes, we can do that, Judge.
All right, and does that work for the defense?
That works for us. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and do that.
I just need a moment to tell him what's going to happen.
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Shiraz, not really a motive. They just say that was a very depraved, evil. They wanted to dehumanize her. Is basically all they said.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name and spell for the record?
My name is Brandon Munson, BRANDONMONSON.
And have you been subpoenaed to testify in this trial?
Yes, sir, I have.
And previous to today, have you come here to the courthouse and provided a sworn statement and a deposition?
Previous to today, yes, I have.
During that deposition, were you asked questions about certain things you might know about this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall being asked specifically about
Shiraz, actually the defendant was in a relationship with her. She did have what they call an intellectual disability. I don't know what the proper, terminology is nowadays, but they were in a relationship. But I don't know, that's really, there was no motive that I'm aware of. But he, along with one or possibly, I think probably two others, did this attack where, they apparently, allegedly, took her. I don't know if she went willingly, but then they started their, whatever rampage on her. But I think that they had, they're showing that they had gone to Walmart and purchased these machetes and stuff. So it's almost like they wanted to, like they had intentions. It was intentional. Premeditation or whatever. But this is in Lynn County, Iowa, I think. Somewhere in Iowa.
car ride?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you recall that the car ride you were asked about would have happened on or about the night that Melody Hoffman was killed?
It was the night of.
Okay. And during that car ride on the night that Melody Hoffman was killed, who were you with?
I was with Logan Kempton. I was with Taya Meyer, and I was with another guy named Dakota Cruz.
And do you remember where you were seated in the vehicle?
I think I was in the rear passenger seat.
What kind of vehicle was it?
I don't know the exact year, but it was a early 2000s F-150, Ford F-150.
Who was driving?
Dakota Cruz.
And do you remember where the other two were sitting?
Logan was in the front passenger seat, and Taya was in the back seat next to me.
Do you recall?
No
Logan
worries,
Kimpton
Shiraz. I know how it
talking
feels when you
openly
come
about
into something
some
late in the
plans that
game,
he
you
had
know?
made with
I totally
McKinley
get it.
Louisma and Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall Logan Kimpton saying about the plans that he had made with the defendant, Mr. Louisma, and Dakota Van Patten?
I was told, the whole vehicle was told, that he had a plan to go murder someone. And he said that it was going to be that night, the night of the murder. And I lost my train of thought.
I'll ask another question.
Yes, sir.
Did he say who he had those plans with?
He didn't really say, he just said two other people.
Okay. So he didn't mention Mr. Louisma?
Not from what I can remember, no.
And what about Mr. Van Patten?
Not from what I can remember.
Do you remember, well, I already asked you this, but did you give your deposition in this case back on July 25th?
I
I
think
did,
so.
sir. Yes, I
I
did.
think so, Cordelia, but I'm not positive.
I have it with me right here.
Okay. And have you reviewed that prior to today?
I have.
Do you remember being asked about this statement that Logan Kimpton made in that deposition?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you said when you were asked if Logan Kimpton gave any specifics about?
I don't remember that part, no.
If you had an opportunity to review that deposition, would that help?
If I did have an opportunity now, it would help, yes.
Go ahead. Can I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I wish my memory was better.
Okay, I'm on page 11, line 14 in the deposition here. If you would just, can you read that to yourself? Page line 14, the question and then your answer.
Okay.
Yeah, just to yourself first.
Oh, okay. Line 14, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Donnie. I'm sorry you fell asleep. Oh, Kylie's mom. You know what? I'm not positive about that either. I mean, like, I literally know nothing about this case.
A little bit, yeah.
What did he say specifically about these plans?
He said that Dakota, had plans with Dakota and Ken over there to go murder someone.
A pocket protector. It looks like an eyeglass case. I don't know.
At the time that he said this, do you remember thinking to yourself whether
Oh, yeah, 100%.
what he was saying was serious or not?
When he said it, I didn't know if it was serious or not.
Why?
Logan has been known in the past, back in like 2019 when I was friends with him, to joke around about that stuff.
Did you ask him any follow-up questions about that?
I did not.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Monson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, generally, do you have problems with memory?
I do.
And is there a reason for that?
I was abused in foster care and I got hit in the head a lot. I haven't been able to get a brain scan, but I believe it is from that.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. We have no further questions now, Your Honor.
Any redirect? All right, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Am I able to go out there then?
So you go ahead and step out to the lobby with the witness coordinator, and then you'll just wait with her for right now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Defense like to make any record?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
And I guess I should, before I let you do that, did that complete the offer of proof? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in addition to what raised the defense's concerns prior to the offer of proof, today Mr. Monson needed a memory refresher with his deposition transcript just to be able to identify the fact that Mr. Kimpton had identified two other individuals whom he supposedly was working some kind of conspiracy with. Mr. Monson fully admits that he has memory issues in general, and he again admitted today that he did not know if the statement was serious or not, and he gave further information which is, to our understanding, new, I believe not offered in his deposition, that Mr. Kimpton had a tendency in the past to talk about these kinds of things, and that's what raised his suspicion about whether the statement itself was reliable. He thought at the time the statement may have been unreliable. He thinks today the statement may have been unreliable, and to that end, Your Honor, we think it should be excluded from testimony.
Oh my goodness, right, Kylie's mom? Oh my goodness, such a huge difference.
Thanks.
Your Honor, we believe that we've established this is a statement against interest made at the time by Mr. Kimpton, and that a reasonable person in his position would not have made the
It's
statement.
awful.
And it would only be made if the person believed it was true, because it was contrary to his pecuniary and/or propriety interests at this time, and does tend to also subject him to criminal liability. As far as the corroborating circumstances, here the defendant was in a position, or the declarant, Mr. Kimpton, was in a position of being in a vehicle with friends of his. It would seem that he would trust these friends in order to say something that would be so incriminating in their presence. We also would contend that the circumstances are also corroborated not only by the statement itself, but by what had happened up to that point in time. As the court has received and the jury has heard as evidence in this trial, that prior to this, Mr. Kimpton had been with these two individuals and purchased with them 2 machetes and gloves, only to not be with them then shortly after that, and then talk openly about this conspiracy and this plan. So we believe that the circumstances altogether in this case does tend to indicate that the statement was trustworthy when it was made for those reasons. We believe also an argument could be made that this is a statement by a co-conspirator as well.
As to that second argument, is that something that the state's offering, and do you wish to develop that as an alternative?
Your Honor, given the same arguments as far as the nature of the statement and when it was made, the circumstances surrounding the statement, we do believe that we have shown that this is more than just an individual who was bragging openly about being involved in a conspiracy, that he had actually taken steps at that point in time in furtherance of the conspiracy, and that the conspiracy was actually
Patricia, they had a verdict.
at the time that he made the statement.
You want us to tell you what it was?
Clearly, he had not done anything to stop the conspiracy, to report the activity or otherwise. So we think the evidence can show that there was a conspiracy that existed between the defendant here and this declarant, that it's being offered against one of the members of the conspiracy, that it was made during the course of the conspiracy and in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you want to set a rule?
That is Iowa Rule of Evidence 5.801D 2E.
You want to know, Patricia? You want me to spoil it for you? Let me triple check just to make sure, because you can go back and watch it if you want to. Okay. She was found guilty on all counts. Guilty,
Mr. Moore, do you
guilty,
want to
guilty.
respond to
Okay, you're going to go back and watch it still.
state's alternative argument?
Yeah.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, these statements are not statements of a co-conspirator.
Sorry, Donnie.
These statements are simply idle chatter. State v. Countryman, 572 Northwest 2nd, 553. In fact, Mr. Monson was asked in his deposition if he believed that
The only thing spared were the pearl
trying
earrings.
to solicit his help in any way in this, and he responded, no, I'm sorry, I can't find that exact spot in the deposition. There is no indication that he was making those statements in any attempt to further a conspiracy, if in fact the court believes that a conspiracy existed at that point. Again, I believe that the Countryman case would support that this was merely idle chatter.
Thank you. With regard to the corroborating circumstances, would the defense care to respond to the state's argument that the other facts of this case was established in the evidence thus far, including the purchase of the machetes, evidence that the three individuals were photographed together, etc., itself provide the corroborating circumstances necessary to meet the prong at 3B?
Yes, Your Honor. The corroborating circumstances required by the rule are circumstances that indicate the trustworthiness of the statement. The facts regarding purchases at Walmart may corroborate the truth of the statement, but not necessarily its trustworthiness, whereas Mr. Monson himself questions the trustworthiness of the statement that Mr. Kimpton had made such statements in the past before, but that were not trustworthy. And to that end, we just say there's nothing to indicate that what Mr. Kimpton would have said that day could be taken by Mr. Monson as trustworthy.
First of all, I do agree with the defense. These do not appear to be statements of co-conspirators. Do not qualify as such. However, I'm going to overrule the defense objection as to these not qualifying as statements against interest. Based on the offer of proof made. Statements were contrary to declarant's interest. As being so great as to expose the declarant to criminal liability. It's pretty obvious. And I do think the corroborating circumstances are strong enough to indicate their trustworthiness. So that objection is going to be overruled. The court's going to find that these do qualify as statements against interest, and so the testimony will be permitted, and defense counsel will be able to challenge the quality of the statements through cross-examination. Any further record that's needed?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point, can we get our jury back in, and which witness are we going to hear from next? All right.
Lord have mercy. It's just all blah. Just come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's get on with it. That clock is everything. Was it Skylab that said it freaked him out? This judge, he's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm like him because I never know what I'm doing and I'm always scatterbrained.
Witness.
He seems very
Yes, Your Honor. The
scatterbrained.
state calls Brandon Monson.
He seems very scatterbrained.
Sir, if you please raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Wait a minute. Did we not just watch this?
Sir, if you'd please start off by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Brandon Munson, BRANDONMON.
Am I in the Twilight Zone?
Sir, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Brandon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about yourself first.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Know who you are. How old are you?
I am 20 years old,
And where do you currently live?
here in Cedar Rapids.
Do you have your own residence?
What is going on?
No, it's a host home. I don't know if you've ever heard of a HAB home, but it's kind of like that, but the staff actually live
Oh,
with you.
you're right. God, that was a proffer. Now he's in front of the jury. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The judge does seem like he's in slow motion. Yeah, they called him in front of the jury. The first time was just outside of the jury. Yeah, okay. Now I'm, whew. I was like, wait a minute. Something is very wrong here.
Okay.
And it's the staff member's house, basically.
How did you get lined up with that?
Through Four Oaks.
Is this some kind of housing then where you have staff there to help you with things?
Yes, I'm currently working on money management and cleanliness, like cleaning up my room and stuff.
And do you work for a living?
No, I do not.
How are you able to afford to live at this house?
I get it paid for through Medicaid.
How long have you been there?
Since the beginning of September. I want to say the 3rd.
Where were you living before that?
I was living with my grandpa down in Iowa City.
And then going back a little bit further than that, where were you living back in February of this year?
Half of the month of February, the first half, I was homeless. But on February 14th, I moved in with Taya Meyer in her apartment in Marion.
Do you remember the address of that apartment or what apartments they were?
I know the address.
Go ahead.
1790, or wait, no. 690 Bentley Drive in Marion, Iowa. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So you said you were living there with Taya Meyer?
Yes, I was.
And who's she?
She is a friend of a friend.
Besides Taya Meyer, were you living with anybody else at that address back in February?
Yes, but I couldn't really name those people off the top of my head.
How'd you meet Taya Meyer?
I met her through Logan Kimpton back in December of last year.
And so you're saying you know Logan Kimpton?
I do know Logan Kimpton, yes.
How do you know Logan Kimpton?
I met him through school back in 2016, towards the end of the year that year. And I didn't have very many friends, so I just made friends with whoever I could.
What school is that?
Polk Alternative.
Is that a high school then?
They have beginning of middle school through high school.
So while you attended Polk Alternative, that's where you met Logan Kimpton?
Yes, sir.
And as of February of 2024, was Logan Kimpton your friend?
At that point, he was, yes.
I'm going to ask you about a couple more people. Do you know somebody by the name of Dakota Van Patten?
I do.
How do you know him?
I know him through Logan. I didn't really consider him a friend, but I just knew of him, and I hung out with him a few times, but I wouldn't really consider him a friend.
So you hung out with him a few times. Does that mean that you would be able to, recognize him in person?
I would, yes.
And do you know the defendant in this case, McKinley Louisma?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I know him through Logan Kimpton.
What kind of prior interaction did you have with him?
He only gave me a ride from St. Luke's Hospital to Taya Meyer's apartment in February, and that is all I remember about him. I didn't talk with him much during that car ride. He just gave me a ride over there.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is sitting right over there.
He's got the blue shirt on by his lawyers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant, Your Honor?
It will.
What did you know the defendant as?
Just one of Logan's friends. I knew him. People call him Ken.
Now, this is a case involving the homicide and kidnapping allegations involving Melody Hoffman. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall being in a vehicle with Logan Kimpton, Taya Meyer, and another person on or about the night that Melody was kidnapped and killed?
I do recall, yes, sir.
And who was the other person, if you remember?
Dakota Cruz.
Do you remember what you guys were doing that night in the vehicle?
We were mudding out in Solon.
What's mudding?
Mudding is where you go off-road a whole bunch of mud and you try to kick it up with your truck.
Okay. Who was driving?
Dakota Cruz.
Was it his truck?
It was his truck.
Okay. And can you tell us, if you recall, where people were sitting in that car ride?
I was sitting in the rear passenger seat. Taya Meyer was sitting in the rear driver's side seat. Logan Kimpton was in the front passenger seat.
During that car ride, was Logan Kimpton talking openly about some plans that he had made with the defendant, Mr. Louisma and Mr. Van Patten?
Yes, sir, he was.
What did he say about the plans he had with those two?
He said that he had a plan to go murder someone and that it was going to be with the defendant, Ken, and Dakota Van Patten.
When he said that he had a plan to go murder someone with the defendant and Mr. Van Patten, did he tell you when that was supposed to happen?
He said it was supposed to happen that night.
Do you recall what, if anything, Mr. Kimpton said about how they were going to do this?
I do not recall.
Oh my gosh, I
When
loved
Mr.
Sweet
Kimpton
Valley
said this,
High.
I didn't know if he was joking or not because he has been known to joke around about killing people in the past.
After that car ride, where did you go?
We went back to Taya's apartment.
And when you went back to Taya's apartment, where you were staying at the time, what did you do?
I went to sleep.
Do you recall, as you sit here, approximately what time that would have been?
Between 3 and 5 a.m.
So you think you went to sleep when you got home around maybe 3 a.m. or so?
Yes.
Do you recall while you were in the apartment that night and you got home and sleeping, do you recall Mr. Van Patten coming to the apartment?
I do not recall from my own memory of seeing him, but I remember Taya told me he was
That's
there.
okay.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Monson, we just want you to talk about what you remember.
Sorry about
No,
that.
you're just answering the question, that's fine. So you don't recall seeing Mr. Van Patten?
No. But I do know he was there.
That's all I have, Judge.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Monson.
Good afternoon.
Generally speaking, do you have problems with memory?
I do.
And we have talked to you about your memory of this truck ride with Logan Kimpton and some others. Do you recall giving a deposition in the summer?
I do recall that.
And we've talked to you about that car ride again here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as you walked into this courtroom, this courthouse today, did you even recall the specific detail that Logan had implicated McKinley Louisma and Dakota Van Patten with his statements?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but I remember roughly about what I said.
And did someone have to refresh your memory of that particular detail today?
Someone did have to refresh my memory on that detail, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were asked about whether you had memory problems, Mr. Monson?
Yes, sir, I did. I was.
And to your knowledge, what's the cause of those potential problems?
It was, to my knowledge, abuse I sustained in foster care. I got hit in the head a lot.
When you were initially contacted in this case, did you talk to some Marion police investigators?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the Marion police investigators when they talked to you what Logan Kimpton said in that car?
Yes.
And when you did a deposition this summer in July, did you take an oath to tell the truth?
Yes, sir, I did.
And during that deposition, did you tell these lawyers and did you tell them what Logan Kimpton said in that car?
I did say yes.
And that's what you reviewed before today, right? Before testifying today,
Yes.
And did you tell the truth to the police?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth in your deposition?
Yes.
Are you telling the truth today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. State can call its next witness.
State calls Taya Meyer.
Oh, yay, Toxic. Good deal. Good deal. Oh, side note, we had our first pot of chili for the winter. Well, it's not winter yet, but for the fall/winter. Dale made a massive pot of chili last night, and it's delicious. Ooh, witchy woman. Yeah, definitely better the next day. Yes, 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 yes.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
She has her left hand up, not her right
And
hand.
if you would please state and spell your full name for the record.
Taya Jo Meyer.
All right, and I'm going to have you speak right into the microphone in front of you. You could pull it down a little bit so you're closer. It bends. Great.
Taya Jo Meyer.
And how do you spell that, ma'am?
Taya
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taya, how are you today?
Decent.
Okay. You look like you're having some trouble in here. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, just not feeling good. I'm a little dizzy and just been sick.
Are you able to answer some questions for us today?
Yes.
In answering those questions, you're going to tell us the truth?
Yes.
She looks wild off her gourd. Just saying.
Need a break or anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Let's start with some easy ones here. How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
20.
And where do you currently live? In what town?
Marion.
How long have you lived in Marion?
I'd say almost a year.
Who do you live with?
My boyfriend.
What's your boyfriend's name?
Landon.
Are you working right now?
No.
Is Landon working?
Yes.
You guys renting somewhere?
Yes.
Do you help Landon out with his work?
Yes.
What's he do?
DoorDash.
I'm going to ask you if you know a few people, okay?
Okay.
First of all, do you know the defendant in this case, Mr. McKinley Louisma?
Yes.
And who do you know him as? What did you call him?
Just Ken.
Ken?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know Mr. Louisma or Ken?
I know him through Logan Kimpton.
How do you know Logan Kimpton?
I've known him since I was little. I know his whole family and yeah.
Okay. How long has that been?
Since I don't know, probably like 5, 6, maybe 7 years.
Is Logan related to your boyfriend?
Yes.
How?
He's his cousin.
Do you know Dakota Van Patten?
Do I or did I?
Did you?
Yes.
And how'd you know Dakota Van Patten?
Also through Logan.
When do you think you met Dakota Van Patten?
I'd say, December of last year.
By last year, do you mean December of 2023?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with him back in February of this year with Dakota Van Patten?
We were cool. We hung out sometimes. I mean, we were friends, but not friends.
So you were cool, you'd hang out sometimes, and friends but not friends? What's that mean?
Like, we really wouldn't, like, I don't know, it's just, we hung out and we wouldn't really call each other friends. Like, we just knew people that knew people.
Did you know common people?
Huh?
Like, did you guys know common people?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Van Patten ever come and hang out at your house back then?
Yes.
Did you ever let him stay at your house?
Yes.
Going to the night of February 17th into 18th. So I want to ask you, before that, had Mr. Van Patten stayed at your house like the night before that?
Yes.
We'll get back to him in a minute, but I want to ask you if you know somebody by the name of Melody Hoffman, or did you?
Yes.
How did you know Melody Hoffman?
Like Snapchat, she added me off of mutual friends or a quick ad, and that's just how I knew her. We really didn't talk. She was just on my Snapchat.
Did you ever hang out with her in person?
No.
Did you know whether she was friends with some of your common friends?
No.
Where were you living back on February 18th of 2024?
In my apartment in Marion.
Remember the address of that apartment?
690 Bentley Drive, Marion, Iowa.
Who were you living with then?
Brandon.
Anybody else?
No.
Would some other people stay there once in a while?
Yes.
Your friends and stuff?
Yes.
So you know that you're subpoenaed to testify in this case, and it's the case involves the homicide.
I think like 19 or 20
Melody
toxic.
Hoffman, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the time when Melody Hoffman was killed?
Not the time, but I know it was like in February.
Did you have contact with Dakota Van Patten on or about the night that Melody Hoffman was killed?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Patricia said
Could you tell us
23.
First, how did you end up having contact with Dakota Van Patten the night that Melody Hoffman was killed?
He called me and asked me if he could come over and he needed to talk to me.
When he called you, what were you doing?
I was just laying in my room, just laying down, hanging out with my dog.
When he called you to ask if he could talk to you, what did you tell him?
I said, sure, I guess. I mean, I was going to go to sleep, but I guess.
Did he tell you where he was when he called you?
No.
Did you end up then having contact with him in person?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
He told me to come downstairs, and he asked if we can go upstairs. He tried to give me a hug. I said, no, get away from me. What is this about? Just get to the point. And then we headed upstairs.
So he was downstairs. Was he outside of the residence first?
Yes.
And then he asked to come upstairs, meaning into your apartment?
Yes.
And did you let him into your apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got into the apartment, where did the two of you talk?
In my room.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
When he came into your bedroom to talk, did you ask him what's up?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, before I ask you what he told you, can you describe what his demeanor and appearance was, like how he's acting?
He was just chill, really didn't talk. Like, he was just not acting like himself, but like, I don't know. He was just chill and he just had a weird type of aura or vibe to him. So.
What did he tell you that he wanted to talk to you?
Yes.
Did he tell you how he got to your apartment?
He told me that he got here by a car. He didn't tell me who. It was just like, I didn't like see because it was dark. It looked like a black car, but I didn't know.
Did he tell you who he was with that night?
No. Yes, he told me he was with Ken.
So tell us about the conversation, starting with him wanting to tell you that he really wanted to tell you something. What did you say to him?
So I closed my door. I said, so what is this about? I want to go to bed. Like, what are you here for? And he was just like, well, I just need to tell you something. I said, well, get off your chest. Tell me, like, what's going on? And he was like, I killed someone. I said, who, why, what the fuck, what for? And he was like, that Melody girl. And I was like, for what? She didn't do anything to you. Who, why would you do that? Who, with? What was the reason? He was like, with Ken. And then I said, for what? Why are you at my house? I don't want any part of this. And then
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a second so we can break that down, okay? When you said, what is this about? And he said he wanted to tell you something, your testimony is that Mr. Van Patten said that he killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say to you about who he was with when he killed her?
He just said he was with Ken, and he really didn't say anything more about it. I said, why? And I said, why did it happen? And he just said it had to be done. And he really didn't talk to me afterwards.
Did he tell you about whether Ken was involved in it or not?
Yes.
What did he say?
He just said, I said, was it with anybody who, why did you do this? And he said it with Ken. That's all he told me.
What, if anything, did he do when he told you this? Was he trying to gain sympathy from you, or?
I really don't know. He was trying to like lean more towards me, and I think he was trying to give me a hug again. He really just off after he told me, and I was just shaking and scared, and I just was trying to back up from him, stay away from him.
Did you let him hug you?
No.
What did you tell him after he told you that he was with Ken and he killed somebody?
I told him to get out. I said, you don't need to be here. You can go in the living room, wait for a ride. You can do whatever you need to do. I don't want you around here. I'm a girl. Like, that could happen to me. That could happen to anybody. And the fact that you're going to tell me this is crazy. And I just don't want to be a part of it. That's, that's not something you just tell somebody.
Did his demeanor or his emotional, condition change at all then?
No, he was just chill. No tears, no source of sympathy, nothing.
Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No.
Did you tell the police about seeing any weapons on him?
No, I don't think so. No.
What did you say? Could you repeat that?
I said no. What I can recall, no.
1 second, Taya.
Okay.
I don't know if this gal has like legit vision, eye, muscle issues, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like if she just can't, like if that's just how her eyes are, or if she's
Taya, when
on something.
Mr. Van Patten told you that he was with Ken and that he killed someone, did he tell you what he did, what Ken did,
No.
what they may have done together?
No.
Did he offer any more details about that?
No. He just said it had to be done.
He just said it had to be done?
Yes.
How did you feel when Mr. Van Patten told you all this?
I was scared. I wanted to cry. I wanted to, call the cops, but I didn't know if he was gonna hurt me. I was just terrified, trying to get him out of my house.
Did he end up leaving your house?
Yes.
So he didn't stay the night there?
No, he wanted to, but I told him he had to leave because I didn't want to get killed in the middle of the night or anything. I just wanted him out. I didn't want him around me. I just felt terrified. I called my grandma afterwards and was just scared.
Did you ask him any more details about what happened?
I tried. I said, why? What happened? What did you do? He just stayed with the story and said it had to be done.
I think that's all I have, Judge.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Meyer.
Morning.
Regarding these three young men, Mr. Louisma, Mr. Kimpton, and Mr. Van Patten, had you seen any of them with machetes prior to this date?
Before,
Yeah, it could very well be
Yes,
toxic. I'm
before
not
Ms. Hoffman's
positive.
death.
Because the more I watch her, the more I kind of feel like it's something that she's, like just a medical issue. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily because she seems alert. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Kayla Montgomery whenever she was on the stand in the Adam Montgomery trial. But, yeah, I just kind of feel like at first I kind of felt like it was something wonky, but the more, I watch her, the more I just feel like it's something, like her physically with her eyes, so I could be wrong though. I don't know.
I don't think so. No.
You can tell she's also very uncomfortable.
Ms. Meyer, I'll ask you, do you recall giving a deposition on July 25th of this year?
Yes.
And do you recall giving a statement to me and Ms. Eimerman and other attorneys that day?
Yes.
And do you recall taking an oath that you would tell the truth on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall if we had asked you on that day whether you had seen any of these young men with machetes before?
Yes.
Do you recall your answer that day on July 25th?
Right, toxic? Yeah. And my son, he actually has an issue with one of his eyes. Like it's sometimes it's fine, and other times it's like it doesn't move when the other one does. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Spin says, "What is with the lazy clothes?" I don't know. I feel like they're eh, as bad as I hate to say it. I kind of feel like they don't have the means to, you know, yeah, small town, poor. I just don't think that they probably have the means to um, wear something nice, you know. And as bad as I hate to say it, they may not even realize that it's something that they should do. Or, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to sound or come off as judgy because I'm not trying to be. I just feel like that they probably don't know.
No,
You don't recall your answer?
no,
If I showed you the transcript of that deposition, would it refresh your memory?
yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Counsel, I'm looking at page 17 of Ms. Meyer's deposition, lines 2 through 25. Okay. All right.
Yeah, she is getting awful close to the screen, yeah. Well, with Eli Toxic, they wanted to go in with my son. He's 18 now, but whenever he was young, they tried to correct it with like a patch over the strong eye to force the weaker eye to act right, so to speak. You know what I mean? And then they said that there was a surgery they could do where they could go in and loosen up some sort of a tendon. But it don't always work, and it's a lot to put a kid through, so, but we never did do that. Laura says, curious, can you be a witness if you have a prior record? Yes. Yep. You certainly can.
Ms. Meyer, did that refresh your memory of the answers you gave on July 25th?
Yes.
And did you say you had seen those individuals with machetes before?
Yes, just a few days like prior to the day you were asking, like Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay. And did you think anything of seeing those machetes?
No.
And were they within the context of kind of just lying around?
Yes.
Okay. And also, Ms. Meyer, today, you gave some testimony about some statements that Dakota Van Patten made to you when he came to your house late on February 18. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that he told you that he had killed someone,
Yes.
but today you also said that he told you he was with McKinley Louisma when he killed someone?
Yes, I didn't remember at first, and then when I've been trying to remember everything, I did remember my statement to police or whatever, and I was like, oh, yeah, I remembered him say that he was with Ken, but he didn't say anything other than it had to be done, and nothing about other than Ken was with him.
Okay. And again, I'll ask, do you recall your deposition from July 25th of this year?
Yes.
And do you recall detailing the statement in which Mr. Van Patten said that he had killed someone at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall what you said on that day about who he was with?
I think I said he was alone. I'm not for sure.
And so you think on July 25th you said he wasn't with anyone else?
Yes. Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Taya, do you remember on the date of that deposition that I also asked you some questions?
Yes.
And you remember me asking you about whether you remember telling police officers when they interviewed you that Mr. Van Patten said he was with Ken? Do
Yes.
you remember what you said at that time?
No.
And would being able to reference the deposition be able to help you recall what you said when I asked you that?
Yes.
This is page 45, line 6. Page 45, line 3 is where the question is. Can you just read that answer to yourself first? What did you say then when I asked you that day?
I said I don't remember. I don't know. I said also maybe, but I just couldn't remember on the top of my head.
Prior to coming in to testify today, did you have a chance to watch an interview that you had with the police when they were asking about this?
Yes.
And then that interview, did you say to the police that Mr. Van Patten said when he was talking about killing Melody Hoffman that it was he and Ken that did it?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
He didn't get glasses, Miss King, but his wasn't like not like all the time. It was just occasionally it would get like tired.
any
His
other
eye
witnesses
would
today?
almost. But
Sorry,
see,
we
he
don't have
has
any other witnesses today scheduled.
Eli has something. It's called hypotonia, but it's basically low muscle tone, and so for some reason, whatever, sometimes it's fine, and other times when he's like physically tired, it's worse. But yeah. Laura says, oh goodness, it's already getting dark here. I miss the sun.
All right, jurors, so we're out of witnesses today, so I guess it's going to be an early day. I'm going to release you until 9 o'clock tomorrow. I want you to remember the admonition I've given you throughout the case. One thing I wanted to mention as well, I meant to mention it yesterday, or I guess Friday or this morning, but there is a camera in the courtroom. I wanted the jury to be assured that you'll never be shown. So as jurors, that one of the rules of our court is that jurors will never be shown. So I just wanted you to be assured of that. So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Wow, okay. Well, I mean, they're saying tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I really thought that the courthouses and stuff would be closed because of Election Day. Is it just me? Am I, like, completely wrong about that? I'm really confused. I don't know. I don't know. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of the things that I missed, though, because, yeah. Yes, toxic. Anyone else having trouble with the time change? I'm ready for bed and it's only 5:18. I know. I know it. It's a hard to get used to at first, and then it becomes second nature, but then whenever time goes back again or goes forward, um then it's like woohoo. It stinks because then it's like 9 o'clock at night and it's still daylight. I can't. I would rather it be darker earlier than stay daylight longer. You know. Sherry said it's getting dark here. Yeah. I know. Toxic said same here, Skylab. Sunday I was awake at 4 a.m. and couldn't fall asleep until midnight. I was up at 6 this morning. Oh my goodness. Sherry likes daylight longer. Well, I mean, I used to, but now, whenever like you're trying to keep kids stuck to a a school time bedtime routine, trying to get them to bed while it's still daylight out is very challenging. Miss King says, I know that country workers, or no, wait, not country, county. I know that county workers have to work, but can go vote and come back. Okay. It's challenging to be productive after 5 p.m., right? We didn't change, but I'm all out of whack with everyone else's time now. I bet. It just throws everybody off. And then I kept getting thrown off because I kept forgetting that I didn't change the clock on my stove in my kitchen, my stove, And so it'd be one time on my phone, and then whenever I'd walk through the kitchen, I'd look at the clock on the stove and I'd be like, oh gosh, and then I'd go back to my phone a little while later and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm so confused. Only 2:21, right, Cherie? Oh, goodness. Toxic said the issue is the time changing twice a year. It just needs to go, in my opinion. It's also knocked the baby's sleep out of whack, right? I'm able to adjust, but it's the kids that have trouble adjusting. So, well, you guys, I thought that they were going to be out tomorrow, but apparently they're going to be in session. So, if that's the case, then I'll see you guys back in the morning. I'm going to go in there and tend to my sicko child. I can hear her in there coughing. God love her heart. But if for whatever reason, I need to take her into the doctor or something tomorrow, then that'll throw the schedule off. But all right, Toxic, have a good night. I'm getting ready to head out myself. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate it. And I'll be back tomorrow morning, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise and kid don't have to go to the doctor's office. Let me see something. Hold on just a second. They're on Central Time, so I'll probably be a little bit late. So just make sure you got your notifications turned on. That's it. That's all. Please hit the thumbs up button before you leave. And I would love for you to subscribe if you're new. Hashtag replay in the comments down below if you're watching this later. I'm getting choky again. I need those daggone cough Tesla pearls, as QB calls them. And you have a blessed day too, India. Now my nose is all stopped up because I'm coughing. But I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Bye.